All right, hello everyone. Adrenaluke here. Cheers. Got my Dr. Pepper out already. Burps are going to come in real quick because we're drinking Dr. Pepper before the stream even began. You know, I was thinking about during the intro video, if I want to, I can turn on my microphone at any point during the intro video and you guys can hear my microphone. I wanted to just turn on my microphone whenever I would burp during the intro video occasionally. So you guys will be watching the intro video before I even appear on screen, and every now and then you'll just hear burp. All right, special day today, guys. We are looking at the first day of the new Fanatec. I was about to say Fanatec GT2 series. My goodness, that's how you know you're a racing fan. We are looking at the GT2 DLC pack for Assetto Corsa Competizione. This came out today for PC. I'm not quite sure when it will come out on console. We're looking at probably a month from now. Thought I was going to burp there. All right. So we got a new track. As you see here, it came with Red Bull Ring, and we have lots of new cars. So one thing you guys will notice, this threw me off, is when you start up the game for the first time after it automatically installs the update, this thing up here, it says Open Series. This will automatically go to the blank pen GT Series 2018. So at first I didn't notice that. and I clicked on the thing that has the cars, and when you click on that, and then you try to change cars, it only shows these, and you're like, what the heck? This must be an error. And then, when you, when you, yeah, but it only shows these cars. So if you guys notice that and it's throwing you off as well, all you have to do is up here. I don't know why it does this, but it changes that to Blank Pan GT Series 2018. You just need to click on that up there and change it back to Open Series. And when you click Open Series, voila, now it has every car in the game. So when you click on that, you have to scroll too, because they have enough cars now to where you can scroll. It wasn't always like that, but GT2 is going to be the red. So when you're doing multi-class racing, it will have different color like stripes on the corner of the leaderboard for what car class people are in. They will have, I think, either no stripe at all or a gray stripe for GT3. They will have a dark blue stripe for GT4. They'll have a green stripe for Porsche Cup, a light blue stripe for TCX. Well, this is interesting because Ferrari Challenge is also red. Looks like GT2, they're practically okay, Challenge is like a darker red, but if you did multi-class of Ferrari Challenge and GT2, that could get confusing because they're both red. But anyways, and then Super Trofeo is yellow. So you got yellow, dark blue, light blue, dark red, light red, and I think gray for GT3. So those are all the color codes for the classes. Now, so light red is the color code for GT2, and they're going to be the top row. I don't know why they're on the top row, but they just are. So let's check out all the different cars this comes with. And I didn't count how many. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new cars. I'm really disappointed that they didn't include the Lamborghini. And I thought they were going to have the Brabham too. So the fact that we don't see the Brabham in here, I'm wondering if they're going to include the Brabham when they drop Nordschleife later on. And if they do that, hopefully they also include the Lamborghini as well. I'm really hoping this isn't just it. I'm hoping like this isn't just, this is what you get and that's the end of it with GT2, because that's kind of a small field, isn't it? Like 6 cars. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's awesome that we're getting GT2 cars at all, but I was kind of expecting to have more cars than 6, if I'm being honest. But let's check them out though. So this is an Audi that actually looks really nice. You guys will notice these look a lot more like the road cars than the GT3 race cars do. There's not as much aerodynamic parts in the body. So these aren't as aerodynamic as GT3 cars. Like this basically looks like a GT4 car just with a bigger rear wing. So, and a bigger front splitter. So the front splitters sticks out more and the rear wing sticks up more and is also just a bigger rear wing in general. But other than that, it looks a lot like a GT4 car. But the Audi looks pretty nice. Let's see what kind of liveries we got. So we only got 3 liveries so far. They're probably going to add more liveries later on, maybe. But, ooh, that livery looks pretty nice. I think they have different color schemes for it, too. Yeah, I got... I don't really like that one too much. That one I think I like the best so far. Old Wild West on the top and everything. That looks pretty nice. Let's check out the other cars now, shall we? So I like how the Audi looks. Now, the KTM, I've heard the brakes suck on this. I'm not going to lie. If you look at it from the side, it looks pretty ugly. But once you look at it in different angles, like, this is where it looks pretty good. But if you look at it from the side, it looks off-putting. I'm not too sure about the KTM, though. I've heard bad things about it. I've heard that the brakes really suck in it. And I've heard that the straight line speed is really lacking. So both those things is, you know, pretty much a deal breaker for me. I don't, like, if I was to compete in a GT2 season, I probably wouldn't pick this car for those 2 reasons, because I haven't tried them yet, obviously. And I want to make something clear right from the get-go. What you guys are about to witness, I have not done any driving at all in GT2 yet, and I haven't even driven on Red Bull Ring yet at all. All of the content I haven't even touched as far as the experience goes. I just opened it earlier to get a thumbnail for the stream, but that's it. You'll notice on the thumbnail, left and right, that's the doors, Darnell. And the door is funky on this. That's the door to get in the KTM car. But you'll notice on the thumbnail, hey Josh, how's it going, man? On the thumbnail, I didn't even have a car driving on the track for the thumbnail. The thumbnail is a car parked in the pit lane. So that tells you guys right there, I have not driven these cars at all, and you're about to see my genuine first impressions. Because I haven't even driven GT2 at all yet. But that, I mean, dude, that steering wheel though, let's look at the inside. That steering wheel though, that reminds me of the Ford GT steering wheel. That looks nice. That looks nice. I'm just over here being a typical American, don't mind me. Drinking more Dr. Pepper. All right. Yeah, this interior is pretty nice. I do like this interior, though. It looks pretty cool. And I've noticed how GT2 cars, kind of like touring cars, they leave the air vents in from the road cars. That's pretty neat. But unlike touring cars, they do take out the gear shifters. Which I never understood that about touring cars. Like, if you have paddle shifters on the steering wheel, why bother leaving a gear shifter in it? Because no one even uses that. Looks like a prototype wheel. Yeah, that steering wheel is pretty neat. We didn't check out the inside of the Audi, though. So let's check out the inside of the Audi. Okay, let's shut the door. That steering wheel's pretty basic. I mean, it's neat. Ooh, speaking of steering wheel. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just going to run downstairs. I want to show you guys on stream my new steering wheel. I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. I'm out of breath just from going up and down the stairs. That tells you guys I'm so out of shape. But anyways, I brought it up here. Look at this bad boy. Look at this. You guys see this? This is a Fanatec, what is it called? Fanatec Universal Hub V2. And, my breath, man, I'm so out of shape. I just like ran downstairs and back up. But yeah, this is a Turn R305 rim. I really like this rim. So you can attach any compatible rim with this Fanatec hub. So even though this isn't a Fanatec rim, I mean, you can just put it in with all the screws there. And I could also get a round rim as well. I'm planning on also getting a round rim. So if I'm simulating a car that has a round rim, I can just unscrew this, screw on a round rim. There you go. And you don't have to buy a whole different wheel altogether. So this can simulate like GT cars that have a rectangular wheel like that. This is very similar to the Audi and Lamborghini wheel. And that's what reminded me of it. If you ask me, I think this looks very, very similar to the Lamborghini and Audi wheel. Do you like Indy by any chance? You mean the track? Of course, man. We live... You're talking about the shirt? Yeah, oh, and the hat. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But, I picked this shirt because it's red, and I was like, this is the most red shirt I have. I have a maroon shirt as well, but if I'm trying out Red Bull Ring, I need to wear a red shirt, dang it. But, yeah, this thing is nice, man. It's got magnetic paddle shifters, too. I mean, I'm going to put it next to the microphone so you guys can hear this. Ready for some ASMR? Ready for this? You hear that? It's so nice. And you just got to feel this, man. And it's got... if you can see on the back of it, palm swells. like palm swells over here. And those palm swells just fit so nicely. They even have a slogan. They say, like a glove. And I believe it. Look at how much bigger it is in the Logitech G29, though. Like, this is a serious steering wheel. But yeah, I'm really excited about that. It's pretty nice. So anyways, set that aside for now. All right. Let's get back to the game. Yeah, but I wanted to show you guys that. I can't use it until I get a direct drive motor, though, of course. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting cockpit in here. I don't like it as much. I think the KTM interior looks more fancy than this. This is a little bit more basic, but it gets the job done, you know? All right, now let's check out... The next one is the Maserati. Well, we didn't check out if there's different liveries for the KTM, though. Let's see if there's... Okay, so not much of a color scheme change between those. Looks like their color scheme on this one is all orange and black. It's all right. I think I like this one a little bit better. Maybe. Let's look at the last one. I think my favorite livery for the KTM is this one. I think that one looks the best. All right, so next in line is the Maserati. I do like this one a lot. I didn't even know what the Maserati MC20 was until yesterday when those YouTubers were doing that early access event thing. Like, I mean, you guys might think I'm like a noob that doesn't know much about cars, but I didn't even know this car existed until then. And I looked up stuff about it, and it's a pretty nice car from what I could see. That air scoop is massive, too. I think that's the biggest air scoop out of all of them so far on the roof. And what I really like is how the doors open. Watch this, guys. Are you ready? Lamborghini doors, practically. They ripped off Lamborghini. I mean, it is an Italian company, so cut them some slack. But I love how the doors open. They go upwards. That's just so awesome. I mean, since I'm a Lamborghini fanboy, you know I'm going to like that. And then let's see the interior. I don't like the interior, actually. I think the Audi interior was decent. I did like the KTM interior a lot. I don't like this interior. It's just not, doesn't click with me. But the exterior is beautiful, though. Like, that's a really good-looking car from the outside. And it's only got two liveries. There's a basic blue one, and then this one, which is a little bit more flashy. Whichever one's your style. If you want to be more out there, you'll pick this livery. If you just want to keep things basic, you'll do this one. I think I like the solid blue more myself. And then let's see. Next in line is a Mercedes. the pinching, yeah. So this is the one that I'm gonna be honest. Out of all of them that I'm the most curious about, I think it's this one. I think it's a Mercedes, and it's because it's got the fastest straight line speed, and I think that probably is going to be really important with GT2. So, man, that Dr. Pepper, man, I'm telling you. But yeah, I really want to try the Mercedes out a lot. Here's going to be the biggest thing. When I try this out, I'm fearing that it might handle like a boat. If it steers like a boat, then I won't like it. But considering from what I've heard and what I've seen, how good the straight line speed is in this thing, if it can actually turn and rotate, oh man, that's going to be my GT2 pick right here. I know it has over... Yeah, it's crazy fast in a straight line, Josh. Like, it's practically a Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Like, if this... It's like the European Challenger Hellcat, essentially. If this thing can actually turn and not handle like a boat, then I'm picking that for GT2, hands down. It's going to be such an easy pick. All I'm curious about is if it can actually rotate, because if it's like the GT4 and it understeers, then I don't want it. Because the GT4 Mercedes really understeers. But I've heard people say that this one oversteers. So if that's the case, oh man, I'm picking it. But I'll have to wait and see. And that's what we're going to do today, is we're going to try out some cars. So let's see what the liveries look like. We got this one. I think with Mercedes, I kind of like the silver It just fits Mercedes more than blue. Then they got matte black looks nice too. That looks really nice too. You know, certain color schemes fit other cars more. I think blue fit the Maserati more than it does the Mercedes. I think this is more something for Mercedes. HRT, is that a hormone clinic? Interesting. Ready to race. But I do think, yeah, this color right here too. Like, this color fits this car. We didn't check out the interior yet. I didn't expect the steering wheel to look like that, because the GT3 cars is just like a solid metal plate. I think this is an upgrade for Mercedes. Like, their steering wheels were just very basic. It was like a lunch tray. Like when you're at school in the cafeteria, they just you know what I mean? That's what the steering wheels look like for the longest time with the Mercedes race cars. So this is an upgrade for sure for them. I do like this interior. This is another one that I like. I like it a little bit more than the Audi. I still don't think it holds a candle to the KTM. I think the king of the interiors so far is the KTM. Let's check out the rest of the liveries. So far I like the matte black and the silver liveries the most. Let's see this. Yeah, like, see, there's another silver one. It seems like that's what most of them are going with, like all these racing teams. And it makes sense. It just fits Mercedes, to be honest. I think yellow also fits Mercedes. There's been a few yellow liveries I've seen that fit Mercedes, which I don't know why, because blue's not as flashy of a color as yellow, but yellow does look decent on it. I also like red on it. I just don't like blue on Mercedes. This one looks decent. But yeah, I like a lot of the liveries on the Mercedes. So let's move on to the Porsche. Now, this is the one that everyone's saying looks ugly, and I gotta be honest, I kind of agree. It just looks really weird. Like, this looks like if a kindergartner drew a race car, this is exactly what it would look like. Especially the wheels. You can't get more basic than that. And the rear just looks really, really weird. For a modern race car, why? Like, this looks like it's something from 1970. Like, why is this a car designed in this day and age? I do not like it. So we got some color schemes here. Probably not even going to look at too much of the liveries just because I already know I don't like it from the body design. And I've seen people on stream try it and they say that looks identical to the road car. Really? There's a sim wheel that's identical to that wheel. You know, I think that wheel that I showed earlier to you guys is very similar to, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, this is, and see, the liveries are even doing the classic design. They're playing off of that. Like what I said, how the body looks like a 1970s car, they made this livery basically point that out. How is this modern? Like, we've moved past cars that look this ugly for racetracks. Like, cars can actually look nice for racetracks now. Come on, guys. But I've seen people that have been streaming this before me that have tried out this car. None of them like it. I have yet to see one person that has driven this car that actually likes it. So I'm not even going to bother trying it because we're not going to stream all day. So I don't think I'm going to be able to try all of the cars on stream, guys. But we're not going to try out that Porsche 935. Moving on. This is the real Porsche GT2. Like, I think the only reason somebody would actually pick this car for a GT2 championship is if they're doing it for the memes. Like, you're picking this for the memes. You're not picking this if you actually want to be competitive. You're just not. If you want to be competitive and you want to pick a Porsche, you're going to be picking this one. I mean, obviously. And this one actually does look pretty nice. I will say I like how the GT3 looks more. I do think this looks kind of awkward on the rear. I'm not liking this. What's going on in the quarter panels on the rear. That just looks kind of weird. Moby Dick inspired. That's what people have been saying. Darnell, don't take this as an insult, but I kind of expected you to like it, but that's just because I know your taste. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, like, you tend to like cars that look like rally cars, I guess. And I can kind of see a resemblance there. The sound is very underwhelming. Oh, and this car, really? I think what you mean by that, Josh, Do you mean the transmission whine isn't as loud? Because that's normally what Porsche race cars are known for. I wonder if this one has a more toned down transmission whine, possibly? Let's check out the... Is there only one livery? Oh, no, there's not. Okay. Well, I already like that livery more than the orange one. Ooh, that one looks decent. Oh, look. Graham Group. If only Graham Games is watching right now. That... If Graham was to pick any GT2 car, there you go. It literally has your name on the livery, dude. Graham Group. Graham Games, if you're watching or if you ever watch this, there you go, man. Someone clip this, tag Graham and the Discord server. Right here, Graham, there you go, buddy. You got a GT2 car with your name on it. Literally. Cheers. Isn't that funny? That is a decent livery, too. Let's check out the other liveries. There's only one more. Oh, that's the one we were already on, wasn't it? What the heck? These are the same liveries. Look at this. This is the first one. What's different? Is there just like one pixel that's different? That's strange. All right, I guess we can check out the we're going to get off that ugly livery though. Let's go to Graham's livery. So we're getting inside of Graham Games' car now. Let's see if he's dang, Graham, you're making bank. Well, they leave the gear shifter in this one, but they haven't left the gear shifter in any of the other ones. All right, let's do some driving, guys. Which GT2 car am I going to try out first? We were on the Porsche. Let's try out the Porsche first. And we're going to be in Graham Games' livery. And I'm going to try out Red Bull Ring for the first time as well. What weather are we going to do? Let's just do clear. The rear bumper says Audi. Why am I trying to load a setup? What am I doing? Let's go to the aggressive preset. We might just modify some things. I'll try TC1 first, and if TC1 is too much traction control, then I'll turn it to 0. Pad 1 brakes. Are we going to run any diff? Oh, it doesn't let you. Perfect. I actually like that. And well, those are really bizarre dampers. Jeez. Let's flip it. That's actually going to make it really aggressive. Let's see, like, just, I don't know, even dampers, whatever. Because if we do 5.8, that's going to be real aggressive. Okay. Alright, let's try this out.
The track temp is 39. The air temp is 31 Celsius.
I think we're looking down too much. Let me change the pitch. Let's do like 1 and then just drop the height down. Oh, that's already looking better. Like, it, you know what I mean? It looks like we're looking really far downwards. There we go. All right, here we go. Oh, gotta turn the, I don't like having the HUD on. Let's go to HUD. Whoops. Let's do disabled. And we can leave tires app on, that's fine. Alright, now we're finally gonna drive. Here we go, guys. I'm excited. First time ever driving GT2 on ACC.
This exit looks clear.
Oh, that's fast.
Got cold brakes all round. Be careful.
A little bit of wheel spin even with traction control on. Oh, geez, this is fast. That acceleration is insane. It's like I'm on an F1 car. Okay, brakes a little too much, but I'm just testing the waters. The brakes are a lot stronger than I expected. I guess it makes sense. I gotta slow it down from faster speeds than GT3. I think these brakes are a lot stronger than GT3 cars. Like, look at that. These brakes are so strong. Whoa, okay. Easy now. This is fun. This is really fun. I'm not used to flying through the gears this rapidly, so I'm taking too long to upshift. I'm already starting to get the hang of this a little bit. This is really fun. A little wide. No. Too ambitious.
Watch the track limits, please, Luke.
You know something? We have like, I think 10 tracks on ACC now that Formula One races at. Someone should put together like a F1 wannabe championship on ACC where we race all of the tracks that they also race on F1. And if we take GT2 cars, it'll be like F1 because they're just so fast. I think that'll be a really fun idea. Hey, Racer 14, how's it going, man?
Temperatures are fine.
We're trying it. This is the very first GT2 car I'm trying out ever. It's the Porsche. Dude, these things are so fast. Kept that corner tighter than usual. Once again, I'm getting the hang of it though. You know what my favorite part of this DLC is so far? Purple curbs. That, let's be honest, that's why you're paying $17. Purple curbs. They should have just said that in the advertisements for the CLC. They just say, like, in a cinematic way across the screen, purple curbs. And people are like, just take my money. Hey, Scott, how's it going, man? Yeah, I kind of agree about F1, but I still think it would be an interesting thing to make, like, a F1 wannabe championship for ACC, where we do, like, all the tracks that F1 races at, because we have quite a bit of them now. And now that we have GT2 cars, I mean, this is like the closest you can get to F1 car feel. This feels the most like a F1 out of any car in ACC, just because of how powerful they are. All right, we'll do a few more laps and then we'll try out a different GT2 car.
Left rear is hot.
Oh! That's track limits. That's track limits.
Okay, Luke, we need to watch these track limits.
Oh, how do you think I won't know that, Spotter? Come on. Next thing you know, the Spotter's gonna tell me the sky is blue. Yeah, I think Assetto Corsa 2 should have all of the tracks from ACC and AC1 combined. That would be the most ideal. No, there's another burp. Alright, after this lap, I'm gonna try a different car. Oh, those tires are screaming. That is true. Track limits are very much like Coda here. I always punch it too early there.
Track limits, this lap will be deleted.
It's hard to be patient at that corner. But I do feel like out of any car you can drive in ACC, that will be the most similar to F1 would be these. Because these are blistering fast. They really are.
Yellow flag.
Alright, I'm just gonna... We didn't really do much with the setup, but just in case I drive this thing again, I'm just gonna save this as... Darnell is stinky. Alright. No, this was my first time even driving up this track ever that you just saw. GLR. How's TC0? I haven't tried that yet. I'll try that with the next car that I take out. I don't know if I'm going to try next. I want to save the best for last because I'm theorizing the Mercedes. Well, okay. The Mercedes is going to be big because I just don't know if it's going to want to rotate. If it rotates, then it's hands down my favorite one. But I'm going to save the Mercedes for later. I'm not going to get to that just yet because just in case it's my favorite one, I might want to save it for last. So, because I'm theorizing that I might really like the Mercedes, so I'm not going to try it just yet, you know? So let's, I'm thinking I might try the KTM just because I don't think it's going to be one that I will pick for a season, so I might as well just get it over with now and try it now. Because people are saying that the brakes suck, and because it really lacks straight line speed, according to people, so it doesn't seem like a really good pick. But I'll go ahead and try it out and see what it's like. Darnell. I saved the setup as Darnell is stinky. All right.
The track temp is 39. The air temp is 31 Celsius.
All right. We'll save this setup as Dr. Pepper Burpy Burp. How competitive the Lambo ST and Ferrari Challenge are compared to the GT2 cars? I'll test that later on. So let's see if the brakes are as bad as people say. Oh, we need to change that view. Okay. I think the pitch is... I'll do... that. Jeez, this view is atrocious. This alone makes me not want to drive it. ST's... Oh, yeah, I know it's not. Okay. So let's do... I want to get myself away from that huge roll bar, so let's just center it a little bit more like that, and then... All right, now let's drive it. I've heard the opposite, actually. Well, I guess there's one way to find out. It has a decent sounding engine.
Exit's clear, don't cross the white line. The brake temperatures are low, we need to get some heat into them.
Haven't really got up to speed to test them out yet. Right away I can tell it has more grip than the Porsche. Okay, yeah, the brakes are a little bit worse than the Porsche. I'll test that a little bit more though, can't really make a decision yet. I like the gear ratios better than the Porsche so far, though. The gear ratios were a bit awkward in the Porsche. I don't think the brakes are as bad as people say. Yeah, they're actually not too bad. Yeah, they're not that bad at all, actually, the more I test it out. I actually like this better than the Porsche so far. It has a lot more grip. Oh, my audio just went out. Gonna have to turn my headset back on. It does that sometimes. This is really pleasant to drive. This is really easy to drive. It's very forgiving. And this is the aggressive setup too. All right, Darnell, just for you. Traction control is off. I have a lot more confidence to push in this car than I do in the Porsche. Yeah, this is really fun, GLR, so hopefully you guys do get it soon.
Front brakes are getting a bit hot.
And my first spin in GT2.
Yellow flag.
You convinced me to turn off traction control, Darnell. This one's on you. Well, I really like the KTM. Let's try out the other cars. That actually, you know, I was having doubts about the KTM, but it's actually a really pleasant drive. Although I still know that people are saying it lacks straight line speed, so there is that. I think whether or not you take the KTM out for a season would just depend on the lineup of the tracks. Like if there's if there's a lot of tracks that where straight line speed is important, I wouldn't pick it. But if there's tracks like Ungaring, Zolder, Laguna Seca, you know, tracks where straight line speed is irrelevant, this would be an excellent pick. Like, I mean, let's see just how many tracks there are where I think it'd be competent in and which tracks I don't think would be a good pick in. This would be interesting. Barcelona, no. Brands Hatch, definitely. Ungaring, definitely. Misano, no. Monza, no. Definitely not Monza. Nürburgring, maybe. Paul Ricard, oh, no. Silverstone, no. Spa, no. Valencia, yes, definitely. Same thing with Zandvoort, definitely. Zolder, definitely. Imola, maybe. Red Bull Ring, no. Alton Park, yes. Snetterton, no. Donington, maybe. Coda, yes. Indy, yes. Watkins, maybe. Mount Panorama, I'm really not sure. Laguna Seca, definitely. Suzuka, maybe. Kyalami, I don't know. So there actually was a good, like, 50-50 ratio in there. Like, it seems like it would be really good in half the tracks and really bad in half. So I don't know. That one's a toss-up. Like, the KTM, if, like, 80% of the tracks in the lineup of a season don't have really long straights, then this would be a winning pick, if you ask me. Because this thing has such good cornering because of how much grip it has. Like, it's really good through the corners. But it just lacks straight line speed. All right, which one are we going to try next? Let's go with the Audi. Yeah, Jardier says you'll get mauled on the straights. Yeah, I've heard the Mercedes has the best straight line speed, and that's why I'm saving it until the last one I try, because it seems like it'll be the most fun, first of all. But I also really want to see if the Mercedes can rotate. If the Mercedes can rotate, that's hands down going to be my main GT2 car.
The track temp is 39. The air temp is 31 Celsius.
So Darnell, you said the Audi understeers. I guess we're going to figure that one out. Well, this is probably why. When you go to the aggressive preset, that is way too much rear toe. Let's turn that down to, like, I don't know, 19. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they need to update with GT4, including the cars themselves. There's a lot of, like the BMW is outdated in GT4, so is the McLaren. They both have new generation cars in GT4, and they need to put in the Nissan Z, the Toyota Supra, the Mustang GT4. We're gonna turn that brake bias down too. That's a really high brake bias, so that's probably another reason that it understeers. We can't give it any anti-roll bar in the rear. That's probably a huge reason why it understeers. Give it more ride height in the rear too. So we'll see if all this stuff, less rear wing as well. All of that should kind of help the understeer, if what Darnell says is true about an understeering. Less understeer. Poop. Very, very quality name for the setup there. Alright. Now let's just get the interior view correct. We're gonna move it closer up. It's kind of hard to get this one right. It's kind of an awkward interior, isn't it? Really high rear ride height. All right, we'll add front toe. It was already kind of high. It's really, really high rear ride height. All right, Josh, I'll do that here in a second before we take it out on the track then. All right, I think we got the view decent for this. Let's go back and do what Josh said to do with the rear ride height. We'll do 100. Yeah, the Supra's a big one. Like, the Supra's such a popular GT4 car. Maybe they just couldn't get the licensing with Toyota. I know that Toyota is very... They're known for being difficult to get licenses for racing games. I know that much. All right, let's see how this handles. Oh, my steering wheel wasn't centered. I was like, what's going on? That engine sounds kind of familiar.
Your brakes are cold. We need to get some heating.
Where have I heard that engine before? Fifth gear's way too long of a ratio. There's not enough torque in fifth gear. Can it stop? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Gran Turismo obtained it pretty easily, didn't they? The Toyota licensing. Oh, jeez. I don't know if I like this one. It might just need some setup work, though. Then again, I'm probably kind of spoiled from all the grip from the KTM. Because the KTM kind of handled like a dream. See, the ratio in fifth gear is terrible, though. You call that understeer, Darnell? I think this is fine. It just doesn't pull in 5th gear at all. So it doesn't have 6th gear? It does, but I don't think you'd ever get to 6th gear. So I'm telling you guys, once you get to 5th gear, all the torque is just gone. I'm not liking the Audi so far. Oh, is it really that? I thought it would be kind of similar to the CSL in a way. Sad console noises. See, it doesn't have as much understeer as I was expecting, but
That time was 136.25.
I don't like the gear ratios at all. Well, I mean, I didn't like the gear ratios in Porsche either, though, but at least the Porsche was just awkward on when to shift gears. That's different. I can get used to that. With this one, I don't like the gear ratios because you have no torque in 5th gear, and that's worse because you can accommodate for weird timing on shifting. You can't accommodate for lack of torque in one of the gears. You just can't. Nothing you can do to fix that. Tires are underinflated on the left. Once we get a hang of these cars, I'll do some public lobbies in GT2, and that will be chaotic.
Sector 1 time's okay.
You know, I think out of all the cars we've tried so far, the one with the worst brakes is this one, actually.
Yellow flag.
And what's funny about that is that's what I was actually expecting, because I know that the brakes on Audi and GT4 also suck. So I was like, oh, if this is anything like the GT4 pack, the brakes on the Audi will suck, and yeah, they do. All right, let's move on from that one. I know I don't particularly like the Audi. Like, I think I would take the Porsche over the Audi, but we have a few more cars to try. So I want to try the Maserati before I try the Mercedes. So you have the Maserati. And I just love how these doors open too. But before I try that out, I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be right back. Funky jazz time, Darnell. So, GLR, if you're still here, I wanted to show you something because Darnell and Josh already saw it while they were in the stream earlier. But check this out, man, because you've got new equipment recently. So I was showing this on stream, and it looks pretty nice with the studio light on it too. But yeah, it's the Turn R305 rim attached to the Fanatec Universal Hub V2. So it's got all the nice buttons, little ASMR there, and the magnetic shifters. So the magnetic shifters are nice. I mean, these shifters just do not compare at all. I mean, it's night and day. These are like a floppy, really loose 1990s mouse that you're clicking, where these are like, you know, like a mechanical keyboard kind of a thing. It's just night and day difference. But I think this is very reminiscent of the Lamborghini and Audi steering wheel. I think it looks very similar. I really like it. I'm really excited to use it. But set that aside for now. We gotta be gentle. I just set it down like boom. I'm gonna damage it already, and I haven't even used it. All right, so I believe we have a Maserati to drive. So let's get in this beast of a car. So this was Jardier's favorite of all of them. So this has some big shoes to fill with me. I have no idea what setup he was using, so I'm just going to leave most of it on what the aggressive preset is.
The track temp is 39. The air temp is 31 Celsius.
Oh, you had the same shifters. Nice. So you know what I mean then. Yeah, those shifters are pretty nice. Why are the brake biases so high on the presets in ACC, man? Turn it down to like 59.6, whatever. I'm just gonna leave most of... I'm not gonna touch a whole lot. Honestly, I'm just gonna leave... the only thing I adjusted is the brake bias and less fuel, and that's it. Just touch the brake bias, not really anything else. Brake biased mainstream media is what we're gonna call this setup. And, let's get on track and try this out. We gotta change the view settings, right? Always gotta do that when you're in a brand new, spanking new car. On dampers, you all but... Darnell, I don't want to do a meta setup yet. Just got me some slack. Alright. I'll fiddle around with setup stuff really deep later on. I just want to try out the cars in general for now. Darnell's trying to make me go crazy with setup like right away. This windshield is tiny though. This windshield doesn't really have much room, and the Lamborghini, that's also true, which I don't think is as much of an issue with the Lamborghini because this has like a swoop that raises up with the dash, which kind of impedes on the windshield, which the Lamborghini just goes straight across. If you guys can see my cursor, like in a line, it just goes straight across on the Lamborghini. So I don't think I particularly like the view being that limited. But you never know until you drive it. I said the same thing about the KTM, but when I drove it, it actually wasn't too bad. Okay, what are we gonna do? I think we might... I mean, we're obviously gonna have to make it go... That's already making the view better. And now we can move the height up a little bit. There we go. Let's try this view out. Ooh, that has a good engine sound. Wasn't expecting that with a V6.
Exit looks clear.
I can hear the turbo too. Yeah, this is pretty quick. Wow, that's very fast. It's a little unstable under braking, but you can fix that in the setup. You can do certain things with the bump stop. You'll have to tweak the bump stop more to make it more stable under braking. Yeah, it wants to wiggle around when you brake, so I'll definitely have to tweak that. But what? This is actually really nice. I'm immediately liking this. Wow, that is... Wow, that is... Bro, this car is awesome. What? It does have a lot of body roll, though. But again, nothing a setup can't fix. See, I'm braking too hard for that corner now because of how bad the brakes were with the Audi. I'm not used to having competent brakes. Yeah, I'm definitely not like... I'm never gonna pick the Audi. If I'm entering a GT2 championship, I will never sign up with the Audi because of those brakes for one thing. And because it just lacks torque in fifth gear. Like, this thing has an even amount of torque on all gears. Same with the KTM. Like, the torque delivery in this is very linear, and I like that a lot. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Jeweler. Man, this is fun. I am not used to going this fast in ACC. I'll push it a little bit there.
Sector 1 time is good.
That corner is gonna have carnage in racing here. I can already tell. Dude, this car is so fun. Oh my God, I'm in love.
That was at 130.84. Sector 3 time is fast.
This car's begging me to push it harder. I'm being too careful with it. Dude, so far this is my favorite one.
Your sector 2 time is quick.
This car is awesome.
You've gone outside of track limits there.
Okay, that car is unbelievably awesome. Look at how much it's bouncing around, though. See, the body roll is the problem, but I mean, I can address the body roll. I mean, it does have excessive body movements. I skipped it like a lap where I was pushing it more, and it sounds good too, and it looks really good. Sounds good, looks good, handles good, really fun. The only thing I don't like is the body roll, but the good thing about that is you can fix that in the setup. The thing about the Audi lacking torque in 5th gear, you can't do anything about that in the setup. You can't tweak gear ratios in ACC. Alright, so I definitely like the Maserati a lot. So far, that's my #1 pick. We still have the Mercedes to try, though. Does the Maserati have a Ferrari motor? Oh, I didn't catch that message. I think he's already gone. I really don't know. I have no idea. Okay. So we've tried the Porsche, and it's decent. We tried the KTM, and it's really good, although I think it would only be a good, solid pick for specific tracks. We tried the Audi, hated it. Tried the Maserati, loved it. There's one more that I want to try, and this is going to be the make or break right here, because if this can rotate, it's going to dethrone the Maserati for me and take the #1 spot for me personally. But it all comes down to, does this car actually want to rotate? Because I'm fearing that much like the GT4, it's probably going to steer like a boat. But there's only one way to find out. I'm gonna send it, guys. Why am I trying to load a setup? I just do that by habit. Alright, let's give it more front toe, because I'm anticipating that's going to understeer, because the AMG is just known for that. So we're going to make this setup, like, more aggressive than the aggressive preset already is.
The track temp is 39. The air temp is 31 Celsius.
Okay, so you can't change the bump stop rate or range. But you can change the wheel rate. Okay. Okay, this setup should make it rotate. Where's the exclamation marks? Oh, come on, ACC. You can't be angry in your setup name? There's no exclamation points. I don't want to be gently saying that. I want to be yelling it. All right. And I got to adjust the view from the inside as well. The electronic HUD there, though, looks really nice. It looks more modern than the other Mercedes do. Okay. Well, that was easy. Let's get out there. Moment of truth, guys. Let's see if it rotates. Okay, it rotates.
Pit exit's clear.
Whoa, it's a little too alive.
We need to get some heat into these brakes. Ignore the aero damage, it's nothing.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Let's try that again.
Pit exit's clear.
There we go. Jeez. I might have made this setup a tad bit too aggressive. Guys, I think this actually can rotate, unlike the GT4. Well, but it's very unstable, so I think for you to get it to rotate, you're sacrificing stability. Oh my gosh. This is really fast. So I think my three cars that I like the most. Oh my gosh. The three cars that I like the most are the KTM besides at straight line speed tracks. The Maserati, I love it a lot. And this AMG, I think I will really like it once I get the setup down. Because this needs some setup work, but once I get this stable, this might be my main. Alright, you know what? Let's try to do at least a couple basic things to improve stability right now. But this seems promising. This seems like it has a lot of potential because the fact that I'm able to over-rotate it is actually a good sign. Because normally with the GT4 Mercedes, it's quite the opposite. Like, no matter what you do with the setup, you just cannot get it to rotate. So the fact that I'm already making it over-rotate, and now we just need to kind of put that in rewind to kind of give it more stability, that seems promising. It doesn't rotate as nicely as the Maserati or the KTM, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, this has a lot of potential. And of course, I'm not really deeply analyzing this stuff yet. Like, I'm not comparing lap times and all that stuff just yet. I'm just kind of getting a feel for each car, because you can't know which car you want to drive until you know how they feel like before you even try to compare lap times, especially at a track that I'm unfamiliar with on ACC. I'm only familiar with this track on Gran Turismo. All right, so we're going to give it less front toe. In fact, you know what? Let's go back to the default aggressive preset and start over fresh. So we'll give it more rear toe, actually. Let's do like 0.8. And we'll leave the front toe how it is for now. Let's give it a little less camber in the rear. And like 1 click less in the front. Have a little bit more contact patch on the track surface. That'll help a little bit with the stability. It will sacrifice a tiny bit of rotation, but not very much. We're going to bump the TC up to 2, actually. We might even bump, let's try bumping it up to 3, because this car is really slippery, actually. So we're going to bump the TC up to 3. Can leave ABS where it's at. Let's turn obviously the fuel way down. Okay. So I'll still make the steering ratio more responsive. I might actually turn brake bias up a little bit higher on this one, just by like 1 click. Let me leave the anti-roll bars where they're at too, instead of me giving more on the rear. Because I'm telling you guys, this car was a lot more slippery than I was expecting, which that's interesting, because Mercedes has been so much different in GT4. And we're just gonna leave the wheel rates where they are too. We'll bump down the diff by only 1 click instead of 2. We bumped it down by 2 clicks last time. Dampers. Only thing I'll do is this. I might mess around with Motec if I ever get the time with this stuff. Motec's very time consuming though. And we'll leave right height where it's at and rear wing where it's at. Let me just see. So we didn't touch this setup too much. If anything, we increase the stability with the alignment. So the alignment's going to be a little more stable. Electronics, we have more traction control. But we increase stability just a tiny bit with the brake bias. And we decrease stability a tiny bit with the diff. So, but I think overall, this is going to be more stable. And with those other things I mentioned, increasing stability, I think it's not really too much of a gamble to lower the diff by just 1 click, because that will help the off-throttle rotation. So let me make a new setup called Stay Still. Never mind. And that will be the new setup name. Alright. Now, let's see if this is better. I'm hoping for the best, guys, because if we can get this car to be stable but also rotate and have that torque of the straight line speed, oh my goodness, this thing's going to be so OP. Let's see this. I'm kind of excited.
Its exit is clear. Don't cross the line.
Look at how fast this is, though. Like, we were just flying through here. You know, I might want to take that turn in second gear. First gear, this comes alive a little bit too much. Look, let me try to stay and hold second gear through here. Yeah, that's a little bit nicer. It's definitely more stable than before. Look at that. My goodness, this thing is a beast. No, outside of track limits.
Okay, Luke, you need to watch the track limits.
I know. I'm really enjoying this DLC pack, though. It's quite fun. Alright, try to take this turn in second gear, if I can stay on track! My gosh.
Brakes are pretty hot now.
Still not as stable as I'd like. Let me try TC4. I think TC4 is a little bit more controllable.
Track limits. This lap will be deleted.
I'll say this. I was having a lot more fun in the Maserati and the KTM than this car. Like, this car is genuinely stressful to drive. So I don't know.
Your left rear is hot.
Dang it.
Okay, Luke, we need to watch these track limits.
I'm starting to get the hang of this a little bit.
Sector 1 is quick.
See, once you get the hang of this car, it's probably going to be the meta car on GT2, I'm just saying. You just got to be able to tame it, and once you tame it, like I'm starting to slowly, this thing's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I can already tell. This thing's going to get nerfed eventually. Like, I'm already starting to tell this thing's going to be so OP.
Sector 2 time is good.
Oh, this is easily going to be the meta car. It's not easy, though. I'll say that. That was a drift.
You've just done it on 31.23. That's your quickest lap in this session.
You know, I might take this Mercedes to the public lobbies.
Sector 1 time's okay.
It just took some time for me to get used to this. But now that I know how to tame this beast, I mean, man, alive, this thing is so strong. But it's intimidating. It's really intimidating to drive. Like, this thing is really, really powerful, so you're going to be very fast once you get the hang of it. But it's kind of stressful to drive. It's not as fun as some of the other cars, like the KTM and the Maserati.
Sector 2 is 0.42 off your base.
Like, you guys can't quite tell, but I'm making micro, tiny adjustments all the time, even like a straight line in this thing. It's just so much torque. Like, see that? This is a ridiculous amount of torque. And this is at TC4.
Your last lap time was at 1:31.36. That puts you 0.13 off your best.
This might be the fastest car in a straight line in the whole game right now.
Sector 1 is a 10th off your best.
But it's really a pleasant surprise to know that this thing does rotate. So I don't know, guys. This thing's really, really competitive. I can already tell.
Okay.
I want to see that drift that I did.
Oh no, Luke. Your suspension's completely knackered. There's nothing we can do there.
So which lap was it that I did that sick drift at? I think it was at the end of lap 5 maybe? Let's see if it was this one. Well, let me put it to the interior view first. Yep, I think... No, it wasn't that one. Because we controlled it a lot more later on. I think it might have been the next lap? Maybe? Or the one after that, possibly. Let's see. Nope, wasn't that one. It was this one. Yep, there we go. Alright, let's get an outside view of that one. Let's get an overhead shot of that drift. It doesn't even look like a drift. That's how well I controlled that. I countersteered so well that it doesn't even look like... Oh, because I'm not at the turn. Okay. So it's going to be this turn. Look at that! Let's get it on this view. It doesn't look as much like a drift on that. See, oh, there we go. There it is. Look at this. Woo! Just threw it around there. Look at how fast it just went from there all the way to there. Dude, that thing in a straight line is a rocket ship. I can't wait to do some online. We're about to do some online racing in GT2. Hopefully I don't accidentally slam into some people because I'm just not used to these cars quite yet. But, do I want to do anything different with the setup? I don't know. That was decent. Honestly, I might bring the diff back to the default or might make it even higher. I think diff at 60 might be better in this thing, to be honest. Definitely make TC4 on that. Like, TC3 was still too unstable. And honestly, I might give it a little bit more rear toe. Might do, like, rear toe of 1. But yeah, I think everything else is good. Because it just has so much torque on, like, I just gotta have some stability on this thing. If you guys haven't driven it, you might think, like, oh, you're just being a weenie, but, like, if you try this thing, you'll know what I mean. Like, this thing is, oh, it is stressful to try to keep it under control. Which is normally the opposite with Mercedes. Like, the other Mercedes in this game is quite the opposite. The other ones are just so stable, you can just abuse it and not have to worry, but this thing is, like, you're feathering the throttle all the time, you're being very careful about your steering angle, it's stressful. Like, this kind of feels like the Honda. It's weird. I'm not used to that with Mercedes. But I think if I can get the hang of this, I really think this is going to be the meta car in GT2. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. The Mercedes is going to be the meta car. People are going to pick up on that sooner or later. But the Maserati also seems pretty competitive. I don't know. I think those two are the ones I like the best. I think my favorites are the Maserati and the Mercedes out of all 6 I've tried. Those two are the ones I like the best. Now, I also do like the KTM was very, very nice to drive, but like I said earlier, it's going to struggle a lot in the straights. So there's a chance I'd pick the KTM in a season, but it really depends on the tracks. It'd have to be like a lot of low speed tracks for me to pick the KTM. Which, unless if people are doing like random tracks like what we do with LSS, where we don't pick the tracks except for the Winter Championship, but in our normal seasons where we just use a random generator to like randomly select tracks that we're not handpicking, unless if they're doing something like that, if people are picking the tracks themselves, I guarantee you they're going to want to have long straights on a GT2 championship for obvious reasons. Because if you're bringing out GT2, you want to enjoy that straight line speed. So I'm willing to bet most GT2 championships that leagues will put together will have tracks like Monza, Paul Ricard, Barcelona, tracks with really long straights on it are going to be everywhere in the lineup of the season. So KTM will be out of luck, to be honest. I mean, they might throw in like some tracks to mix things up, like Zolder or something like that, but I doubt I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of tracks with straight line speed being a big part of a GT2 championship is what I'm predicting. So I don't think KTM would be a winning car. I think the winning cars would probably be between Mercedes and Maserati. That's just my prediction, though, because I think the Audi just, once you get to fifth gear, all the torque just drops off. So when you're at the very end of the straight, people are going to pull ahead of you. Why would you want that? And also, the brakes are terrible, so you'd have to brake early as well. So I would never pick the Audi. I think the Audi is the one that I like the least. The Porsche's okay. I think it's kind of like in the middle. KTM's going to be OP at just very specific tracks, and it will suck at other tracks. So that's a toss-up for sure. The KTM's a wild card. Like, you're going to be OP in half the tracks, and you're going to be, like, bottom tier in the other half. But, yeah, Maserati, I think, is the best all-arounder. Like, this is a solid pick. I'm just being honest. A Maserati, it's pleasant to drive. It's not as forgiving as a KTM, but it's way more forgiving than the Mercedes. And it's just really fun. And it's a good balanced car. It's really balanced. Like it's average cornering, average straight line speed. Everything about it's just like when you are playing a Mario game and they have all the different Mario characters, like, and they have like stats for every character, like in Mario Kart, Bowser's like, the heavy one, and then you have Toad that's like the really lightweight one, and Mario's just kind of in the middle. That's the Maserati. The Maserati is like the default character in video games. Like, this is the all-around best pick. Like, if you just want an overall balanced car, go with the Maserati. I think that's why Jardier likes it so much. It's just a good all-arounder. And that's what I really liked about it when I tried it out. I'm like, hey, this doesn't really have any flaws. Like, it's not OP in any area, but at the same time, it doesn't have any flaws either. So what can you not like about it? But the fun factor is phenomenal in this. Like, it's really fun. Like, it doesn't corner as well as a KTM, but the KTM has so much grip that it's not quite as fun as a Maserati. Like, it's just the KTM isn't really that challenging to drive, but the AMG is just stressful to drive. I'll say that right now. Like, at least for me, I know some of you guys might be able to tame this a lot better than me, but for me, this was more stressful to drive than Porsche Cup. I have an easier time keeping the Porsche Cup under control than I did this thing. Maybe that's just me. I don't know, but this was the hardest car to keep under control out of any car I've driven in ACC so far, but I feel like if you manage to tame it, this thing can be a force to be reckoned with, because it's got all that. It's the most powerful car in the lineup, and it rotates. But you just risk losing traction on like every corner. Like, you just have to fight the car constantly to maintain grip. But if you can win that fight with the car, and if you can actually keep it under control and maintain grip without making a setup that's just way too much towards stability to where you're sacrificing the rotation. Like, I feel like you can only do so much with the setup on this car to increase the stability before you're starting to sacrifice a rotation, right? So no matter what, you're going to have to be in a constant battle with this car to keep it under control of traction if you want to have somewhat competent pace with it. Otherwise, why not just pick the Maserati? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to make a setup on this to where you're making it really, really stable, you're going to be sacrificing a lot of rotation. So by that point, just pick the Maserati. Like, if you want to be really competitive in this thing, you're going to have to make it terrifying to drive. Like, I'm just saying. But I am going to try over the next few days to get used to how this car feels and handles. And I might try to make a better setup in my spare time. This thing has so much potential. It's the most terrifying car to drive, but I'm saying right now, this thing with how much rotation it has and how fast it is, oh my god, this thing's gonna be OP. Like this thing's gonna be extremely OP out of all those 6 cars. I cannot see. I think the Maserati would be somewhat competent compared to the Mercedes, but dude, none of these cars are gonna touch the Mercedes once people figure out how to tame it. It's gonna be very similar to when the Honda was the OP car and the Meta car and the GT3 lineup for the longest time before they nerfed it to the ground. You guys might remember that. I feel like it's going to be the same deal with the Mercedes. And, you know, issuing out like a warning right now to you guys, if you are going to pick the Mercedes to be your main car in GT2, just know this, your days are going to be numbered because eventually they are going to nerf that car. I'm predicting that right now, and it might not even be too long. Like, I'm predicting that car is going to be so freaking OP that they might nerf that car in like a month or 2 months from now. Like, it might be that quick. They're probably going to bring that nerf hammer down real fast on this thing. I'm not going to be OP in it too soon, but some of the aliens out there, dude, they're going to exploit the crap out of this thing. But enough talking, let's get a nice livery on it, and then let's go join some public lobbies. Oh, goodness, how is this going to go? Wait a second! Wait a second! Did you guys just see what happened? Anyone that's still tuning into the stream, did you guys just see what happened? Look at this. I clicked GT2. And look at what car popped up. You know what this means? There is another car in the GT2 lineup. This is why the Ferrari Challenge, this is why they made GT2 red in the color scheme, along with the Ferrari Challenge also being red in the color to represent the class. Guys, I clicked on GT2 and it loaded Ferrari Challenge. This means if you're doing a GT2 championship, you know how the servers are programmed to, like, if you make it GT3 only, people can only choose cars that will qualify under GT3, right? Ferrari Challenge falls under GT2 according to ACC. So this means if you're doing a GT2 championship, you can pick the Ferrari Challenge. There's 7 cars. We had a GT2 car all along. Wow. Now they just need to add the Lamborghini and the Brabham, and we will have 9 GT2 cars in the game. That's exciting, man. So if you, like I said, if you join a GT2 championship, you can pick the Ferrari Challenge, and it will let you join the server in that car, and it will put you in the standings of the race in the same category of all the other GT2 cars. That's really cool. Like, I thought it would classify this as like, I mean, technically Ferrari Challenge is also a one make. But look at this. It says car assignment GT2. It no longer says challenge. For the longest time, this would say car assignment challenge. Now they've changed this to say GT2 for Ferrari Challenge. Wow. So this car now falls under GT2. All right, but let's change that to the Mercedes, and we're going to join some servers in Red Bull Ring if we can find any, which I bet there's going to be an abundance of them. Let's go to GT2. Look at this. All of them are Red Bull Ring, except for one that spawned. There's nobody in it. All right. There's 20 people in this one. Let's go ahead and join it. All right, guys. First online race in GT2. Oh boy. Let's see if there's anyone in the Ferrari Challenge in here, though. Some people might have figured that out. There's nobody I see in Ferrari Challenge. So we figured out something huge in this game that I doubt many people even know about yet. All right, let's get out there and drive.
Your exit's clear. Watch the white line. Blue flag. Got cold brakes all round. Stay sharp. Air and track temps are decreasing. Air temperature is now 21. Track temperature is now 29 Celsius.
A little wide. This thing is so strong. Schneider, 129.93. The car in front has just done a 3:42.4 seconds. This thing is so fast.
Clear of the incident, green flag.
Braked a little too much for that corner. All right, qualified in P8 out of P9 out of 27 people. I'm telling you guys, this Mercedes is really strong. All right. Gonna bump up tire pressures though.
20 minutes.
Oh, we gotta advertise the channel. Live on YouTube.
The track temp is 29. The air temp is 21 Celsius.
Just guessing on the tire pressures, really. We're just gonna bump them all up by like a lot. Who cares? All right, 20-minute race. Let's just And like, I don't know, 38 liters. Hopefully that's enough. I mean, these things might be gas guzzlers, so I'll put in 39 liters just to be safe. Oh, man, I'm nervous. First GT2 race, guys. Can we do this? We qualified in P8. We have a chance. The people in the front are really quick, though. I saw those lap times. They are not messing around. I'm just really not used to this, though. This is very unfamiliar territory to me. Both with the track and these cars, especially. All right, let's get ready. You guys ready for this? Here we go. Man, am I excited. A pack of 25 GT2 cars here at Red Bull Ring. What a time to be alive on ACC. Do you think you'd ever see the day? That guy accidentally left his cap locks on. Somebody in the chat in the end game just said he's in the end game chat. He just said that he's watching us on the stream. So thank you for that, my friend. Here we go. Get those tires warmed up a little bit. Hopefully everybody's really careful on lap 1. There's no tire blankets on these cars, unlike GT3. So they're going to be very slippery on lap 1. In fact, I'm going to turn TC up just for the first few laps until we get some temperature in these tires. It's not a full formation lap either. If this KTM ahead of me will go a little bit faster, you're supposed to be ahead of me. I don't know about this one. You're supposed to be ahead of me, man. Go, go, go. Oh, I'm supposed to be in the left. No wonder. What am I doing? It was me. It was me that was messing up. Here we go. Green, green, green.
Right side. Still there. Still there.
Ah! Woo, we saved it. That was sketchy. That was really scary. I'm gonna turn TC up just one more notch. Ooh, that Porsche! That Porsche ahead!
Alright, Luke, decent start. We can build something from here.
Ooh, slight touch ahead! Can I squeeze in? You got to bear in mind the extra weight transfer on race fuel versus a light fuel load we had in qualifying. That's track limits, sir.
Basic, left side. Still there, hold your line.
Oh, we touched him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
On the left. Still there, stay with them.
I didn't mean to.
Hold your line. They're still there. Still there, hold on. Hold your line. Still there, stay with them. Clear on the left side. Right side clear.
Oh man, we're losing positions. We're right back to P8 though. That's where we started at least. This is fun. This is really fun.
Car ahead is Milner.
Yes! There we go. Let's go!
Hold your line. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Hold on.
We were side by side with this guy for like 3 corners in a row.
Clear on the left.
All right, Luke.
Close the door on him.
Stay focused. Apexes and exits. Apexes and exits.
Clear left.
Had to take evasive action there. I didn't know the KTM was going to come in that hot, so we had to adjust our line in the braking zone. Otherwise, they would have rear-ended us, but we made it out just fine. We're still here. P7 was flashing his brights at me. I didn't know what else to do. I'm sorry. Okay, he's not too happy with us. He's still flashing his brights. I'm trying, man. I'm sorry. I know I'm not quite up to pace yet with these cars, but give me some slack. It's our first day with these GT2 cars. Whew.
Make him do all the work. Focus on your exits. Your front brakes are getting a bit hot.
He's still flashing his brights to me.
So far. The gap behind is now 0.7.
Is it ever a true ACT lobby if the markers aren't destroyed and blown to bits everywhere? Classic. Oh, Porsche was off.
Stay between the lines, please, Luke.
Whoa! Went wide. Defend the inside up here. Although I don't know if he's gonna have the straight line speed anyways to catch up. That was Tokyo Drift.
We've just had a warning for cutting the track.
Uh-oh, that's our first warning. We got this, come on. I think that was the best run we've got in the back straight all day.
The guy in front has just done a 28.67. Yellow flag. Green flag, incident clear.
These things are so fast.
Sector 3 is now clear. The gap behind is now 1.1 seconds.
Yellow flag ahead. Somebody bend it. It was a Porsche. Go figure. So that puts us up to P6, so it's a freebie. Spotter says our fuel looks good. We got 10 minutes left. That's what I like to hear. You know, this is it's particularly unstable when you're off throttle or on corner exits, but at overall slow speeds. At high speeds, it kind of picks up more stability. So I'm thinking if I give it a little bit more differential, it will help it out a lot. So we might bump up the preload of the differential on this thing. And they'll make it a lot more stable. But I'm really liking this GT2 car a lot. I think this might be my main. So my main GT2 car, I think, is going to be the Mercedes right here. This thing is a beast. Delta's predicting in the 29s now, so we're starting to learn this car a little bit more as the race goes on. keep in mind, we barely spent any time in this thing. Like I'm telling you, the longer I learn how this car drives, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I'm calling it right now. I just got to learn it. It's intimidating to drive, but it's going to be even more intimidating to have in your rearview mirror.
Got 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
Like, I would not want to be somebody competing against this car if I was one of the other GT2 cars. Like, imagine being one of the GT2 Porsches and seeing this beast in your rear view. Oh my goodness. So we're in the 29s now, and lap times. I'm not quite sure what's considered a decent pace here. Are 29s good at all? Oh, we got a new challenger approaching in the Maserati. That'll make it more interesting. It was getting lonely up here. 5 minutes to go. Can we hold on to this? We're in P6 right now. Can we finish in P6 though? Oh, come on, come on. A little wide. That's how you know I'm feeling under pressure. Not being patient enough around the corners now.
Okay, Luke, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
Oh, man, that did it right there.
The guy behind's reeling you in. The gap's now 0.40. Our lap time was 1:30.91.
Oh, man, he's really on us now.
Don't be pressured. Keep your exit speeds up.
Our front left tire is underinflated.
Alright, Luke, we've just cut the track.
Hey, Stardust, how's it going? My first ever GT2 race you're seeing right here. We're in P6 out of 24 right now, 2 minutes to go.
Incident clear. Green flag. The guy in front is Milner. Just cut the track.
Right side.
Oh, I couldn't turn in there. He was going to hit us.
Don't panic.
Oh, he's letting us have it back. What a gentleman.
Go, go, go.
Thank you. You're so nice.
Yellow flag in sector 3. Yellow flag. We think Brando has gone off.
That's very polite for him, dude. He recognized it was not really a fair move. That, how many people are that polite?
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Incident clear. Green flag. Okay, Luke, we estimate you've got 5 minutes of fuel remaining. Sector 3 is green. Track limits.
Yes! That was a really good exit. Woohoo! Last lap!
Last lap.
Go, go, go! Yes!
E6. Okay, it's over. Good drive.
First GT2 race, let's go! No contact either, we had no wrecks with anyone else. Woohoo! Save that replay. This is gonna be a video on the channel. I liked that a lot. That was more fun than GT3. Easily more fun than GT3. If I had to choose to only race GT3 from now on, or only race GT2 from now on, right now I'd probably say GT2 from now on. But it could be just a factor that this is new, and anything that's brand new to you is going to feel more fun because you're like, whoa, what's this? This is so unique. Because you're not used to it. So you never know. Like, if I get used to GT2, my opinion might change, and I might say, oh, I still prefer GT3 after I've got used to GT2 for a while. I will say, what GT2 is lacking so far is variety in the grids, just because we only have 7 cars. But not many people know it's 7. A lot of people don't know that you can pick the Ferrari Challenge in GT2. Did you guys know you can pick Ferrari Challenge in GT2? So I'm trying to spread the word. I'm trying to get the word out there. I'm telling them like, hey, you can pick Ferrari Challenge in GT2. I'm very happy, guys. First GT2 race ever in the books. That was a clean race. And a public lobby, too. A clean race in a public lobby. Can you believe it? And we finish in P6. It shows P7 now, but this is not the results of the race. In the race, we finished P6. I'm very, very, very happy with... I can't remember who the name of him was. But there was one driver, when he was behind us, he kind of just sent it in a lunge up the inside, and I had to turn towards the outside to avoid contact, and he passed me out of that. And when I flashed my brights at him, he recognized what I'm trying to communicate. He recognized, okay, that wasn't the most fair pass, so he lifted and let us back through. In a public lobby. Like, that's awesome stuff. That is awesome stuff. That was such a gentleman. Very polite. Claps in the chat for that guy. Claps in the chat, please. That guy really deserves the utmost respect. I'd give that guy a beer. I would give that guy a beer. Why am I so itchy? All right. Let's do a little bit more of this. This is fun. This is fun, man. Let's do more of this. GT2 at Red Bull Ring. And I'm really liking this Mercedes, too. But we said we were going to adjust the setup. So we're going to load this look at this, by the way. If anyone has tuned in and they weren't looking when I was making the setups, if you look at these setup names, I made my first setup rotate, you freaking boat, because I assumed that it was going to be similar to the GT4 Mercedes, and boy, was I wrong. So then I made a different setup after that called Stay Still, Never Mind. So I'm going to load my Stay Still, Never Mind setup. And, It still can use a little bit more stability, but we don't want to sacrifice rotation. So let's make the diff max. Let's make the diff at 80, the max it allows. And 80 Newton meters is really not that much diff, so it just doesn't let you put in that much diff. Like 80 Newton meters on a GT3 car would be actually really low. And this has less grip than a GT3 car, so 80 Newton meters on the diff is not going to hurt you that much, but it will give us a little bit more stability in this absolute beast of a car. I don't know what else I'm going to change. I mean, I think everything else is good. I'll try to figure out the dampers more later when I can run it through Motec software and figure out exactly what damper settings to use, because I can't really go off of much. I'm just going off feel on the dampers. I figured that out. Like, if you use Motec, it is an eye-opener, because you think it's so, you really assume it's so black and white. Like, you assume as much as, like, let's say the graph in Motec, like the telemetry showing you, like, oh, you're having too much wheel velocity on the rebound. So you think, oh, okay, just turn the rebound down. It's not that black and white. Sometimes if you turn the rebound down, it'll make it increased. I'm not kidding. So it's a guessing game, and you have to, like, really experiment with so many, like, some of the things you think would make sense on paper to do is quite the opposite when you actually look at what it's doing on the telemetry. So getting the data through Motec helps so much, and it's such an eye-opener. It really shows you tuning the dampers is not as black and white as you think. So that's why I don't even trust tuning the dampers right now. Like, Motex made me realize that. Like, it's not... You can only tune it kind of like a little tiny bit if you want, but you can't tune much on the dampers without actually using telemetry. Otherwise, you would just have no idea what you're actually doing with it. Alright, so... I don't know if I want to try more anti-roll bar in the front. I think I'm just going to do... And this is still pretty unstable, but I don't want to sacrifice rotation, so... I'll give it like a tiny bit more brake bias for now. Like, let's do like 59.8. I feel like the camber adjustments help some. We do need more pressure on the front left, though. This is for 21, 28. Fuel was fine. So we'll do 22 liters. Oh, no, it wasn't 22. We ran 39. Okay, so 39 liters. There we go, so 20 minutes, you want 39 liters. These things are gas guzzlers. So we got 6 minutes of qualifying. Let's just get out there and put in a decent lap. Oh! One more thing I need to adjust on the setup. Traction control. I actually benefited from higher TC on this car. I think I always want to start TC at 6, and then once the tires heat up, I bump it down to 5, so I will overwrite that. Here we go. Alright. Oh, jeez. I forgot that I had my fuel low, so I don't want to save that in the 20-minute setup. I'm going to run out of time for qualifying. All right, let's bump this back up to 39 liters, and then we'll save that for the 20-minute setup, and then we'll, without overriding the setup, we'll just temporarily bump the fuel down, and now we'll go out and qualify, but we hardly have any time now, so let's just put in like 10 liters.
Exit is clear. Okay, Luke, with 5 minutes to do the business. Blue flag.
New left.
Your brakes are cold, be careful. 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
Increasing the dip actually made this feel way better. That is way smoother. That guy might need to increase the dip, although the KTM has a ton of grip.
Stay sharp.
He must have sent it way too hard. It happens.
Clear, incident clear. Yellow flag. Incident clear. Back to green flag. That's a new fastest lap for Brando, 1:30.66. Sector 1 is now green. Yellow flag. Sector 2 is 2/10 off the pace. The incident's clear. Green flag. Running on fumes, mate. P6. Your front brakes are pretty hot now. Just 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to go. The guy behind has just done a 1:30.66. Very little fuel left.
Come on.
P3.
All right, qualified in P3. And an invalid lap.
Track limits. This lap will be deleted.
Oh well. I'm loving Red Bull Ring on ACC, honestly. This track is brilliant. This track is awesome. This track is just so awesome. Like half the grid. Well, no, not half the grid. Like 90%. Josh, look at this. 90% of the grid is either the AMG or the Maserati. And I predicted this before I even loaded into an online server. Just trying out the cars. I was like, I think the two most OP cars are going to be the Mercedes and the Maserati. I called it. Because I load in here and it's like, dude, Maserati, Mercedes, Maserati, Maserati, Mercedes, Mercedes, a KTM, okay. And then Maserati, Audi, okay. Maserati, Maserati, KTM, Porsche. Maserati, KTM, Maserati, 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 and Audi, okay. Maserati, AMG, Maserati, Maserati, and then a Porsche. Like, dude. And I'll tell you, the reason why there's a lot more Maseratis than there are AMGs is not because the Maserati is a more made a car, it's because the AMG is terrifying to drive until you get the hang of it. What I did is I bumped the diff all the way to the max, and I bumped the TC up real high, and I gave it a little tiny bit more rear toe. I did not make the anti-roll bar at max. I made the anti-roll bar in the rear. Both of the anti-roll bars in the front and the rear are just in the middle. The wheel rates are all in the middle.
That's the end of the session.
The rear ride height is, I think, just like either default or just a tiny bit, like maybe one notch higher than default. And look, someone said good round Nuke, the Mercedes was insane on the straight line. I'm like, yeah, like, dude, you will not believe how much I was pulling ahead of people on the straights. Like, they were just a speck in my rear view. I was like, where did they go? What do I think of the AMG? I think the AMG GT2 is going to be the meta OP car once people get the hang of it. Easily. This thing, dude, I qualified in P5 without barely any experience here at all. It's insane.
Track temp is 29. The air temp is 21 Celsius.
Whoa, not using 120 liters. We're going to put in 39 liters because that worked beautifully last time, and we are on a fresh set of tires. But yeah, Josh, the AMG is so OP. Like, this is not even fair. I'm calling it. Anyone who picks the AMG to be their main car, if you're going to be a AMG main in GT2, your days are numbered, because just like the McLaren in GT3, it is just inevitable that this thing's going to be nerfed to the ground. You couldn't hold your pee and you... Hey, that might be me in this race. I'm already predicting it might be. But this is only a 20-minute race, so, but... Dude, you got to jump in the same lobby as me. We'll have a blast. But yeah, this I don't know if you tried the AMG, Josh, but this thing is so quick. Like, you fly past everyone in this thing. Like, everyone was ending up as a speck in my rear view. Like, they would gain on me in the corners, though. That's what's so hilarious, is the cars are so different that I would just go way past them on the straight, and then in the very next braking zone, they'd be right on me, and then I would just fly way past them on the straight, and then in the next braking zone, they'd be right on my tail, and it just kept going like that over and over, especially with the KTMs. Like, the KTMs would bully me in the corners, but then I'd bully them on the straights. Like, this is the most hilarious driving I've ever had. All right, here we go. Race number 2 in GT2.
Follow car number 10.
Alright, so we're running TC6 just for the first few laps until the tires get up to the proper temperatures. Just keep in mind, there's no tire blankets in GT2. Hey DMC, how's it going, man? Hey, we got a P6 finish in our first GT2 race ever on ACC. We're about to start race number 2. We qualified in P5. That's one position higher than we qualified in the last race. Or no, we qualified in P8 last race. So we are finding pace here. All right, here we go. Green, green, green.
Inside. Hold your line. Still there. Hold it.
Take the outside line. Careful, steady now.
Still there.
Everyone was careful. We survived.
Still there. Hold your line.
It's a drag race, and I'm losing that drag race.
Still there. Hold on. Hold your line. Still there. Hold it. Clear right.
Yellow flag.
Oh, you know I will, DMC. You know I will.
Green flag. You're clear of the incident. Yellow flag.
Look at that angry mob behind us. Oh, man. Heavy fuel load. Be careful, Luke.
Green flag.
Car's going to be the most heavy at the start. Let's go. He's running less rear wing than us. We're hanging in the top 6 pretty well. That's a good sign. The leader of the race is still within eye shot. Yeah, same here, Josh. My 2 favorite ones were the meta ones. So me and you detected pretty well what the meta cards would be, I guess, and we were just testing them out. All right, bump TC down to 5 now that the tires are up to temperature.
Yellow flag.
He went a little sideways there. Oh, he's way off.
Green flag, you're clear.
And into the grass. And he's still ahead. But we're gaining now. See how much these cars ignore those curves? You can go over those curves like they're nothing. Yeah, the AMG sounds amazing. It does. I agree.
Your front brakes are getting pretty hot.
Come on, we can catch up to P5. Let's go. Don't let him get away.
Yellow flag. Gap to Bell ahead is increasing. It's now 0.9.
Oh, he's lost it. Goodbye. All right, let's catch up to P4 now. Chase after a podium if we can. Look at how quick this thing is. It's unbelievable.
P5. It looks like Bell has stacked it. Sector 2 is green. The gap to Valdez behind is increasing. It's now 2.1 seconds. Okay, Luke, 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes. Sector 3 is clear.
We're really holding our own here. I told you guys this car is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I was not wrong.
The next car is Hedman. Exiting sector 2, yellow flag, P5. Your lap time was 30.02. We think that Peralta has gone off. Sector 2 is now green. Now, 3.8 seconds. 2, Valdez behind is now 2.3 seconds. Yellow flag in sector 2. Sectors 2 and 3 are 0.6 off the pace. Sector 1 time is good.
I think we're slowly gaining on P4. Lap by lap, we're gaining.
Is leading the race.
The 29.6. Turned in too early.
Okay, Luke, you're reeling and in. The gap is 3.2 seconds. Stay calm, keep it smooth. You've got 10 minutes left, 10 minutes to go. That's half distance. You're looking good for fuel. Stewards have warned us about track limits. Keep it between the lines.
No, they didn't. All my tires are underinflated. We're still gaining on P4. Just keep it up. We're gonna be on his tail in no time. 8.5 minutes to get the job done.
Gap to Hedman in front is now 2.6. Okay, Luke, run out of track limits. Keep it between the lines.
We're getting closer and closer every lap. I know we're gonna get right to him. Back marker ahead.
We've been warned about track limits. P4.
Ah, we had to lift so much there.
Left side.
Green flag sector 2.
Hold your line. Left side clear.
If we didn't have to lift that much to not hit the back marker, we would have been right up to him by now.
You're reeling, Henman. The gap is now 1.3 seconds.
He's going real wide. He's under pressure.
All right, Luke. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes left.
Come on. We can do this.
P5.
Go, go, go. Come on. Come on. Come on, let's go. Get up there. We got 3 minutes left.
The gap to Henman.
We can get this guy.
1.2.
Get up there. Now's our chance. Go, go, go.
Sector 3 is yellow.
That did hurt him, though. We're closer.
Green flag in sector 3. That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Five minutes of fuel remaining. 5 minutes.
How is that not a warning?
Sector 3 is yellow. Green flag sector 3. Sector 1, yellow flag.
No.
Green flag sector 1. It looks like, oh, they're spun off.
Oh, man.
Yellow flag. Green flag, all clear.
At least we're in the top 5. What are they saying in the chat?
B5, there's the checkered flag.
I really wish they had Lamborghini in this pack.
Stay right.
All right. 2 clean races in a row. Whoops. Uh-oh, we got arguing in the chat. Someone says it's wild to him that these are AM cars. I know exactly why. It's because race cars that have really high downforce, are more technical to be fast in. Race cars that have high downforce are not something that you can easily adapt to if you're used to road cars. These things are way more similar to road cars than GT3 cars are. So I can see exactly why they're... Someone put in the chat, I farted. I'll put... These are a... Oh, no, I can't type it in time! Why did my cockpit view change? These are AM cars, because... they're more similar to road cars. Why did my cockpit view change? What key do I have assigned to change the cycle camera? Nothing! There's nothing even assigned to cycle camera, so what just happened? Oh, key C. Okay, so I'm used to console, so keyboard is in the green. So if I hit C... Aha! There we go. Woo!
Well, after the solitude of the summer break, we now rev the engines once again in the International GT Open Championship. Round 5 takes us to...
We rev the engines once again. That's gonna be the new meme. Just like at Spa, when it's like, you look so calm. The new meme is gonna be, we rev the engines. The commentators are quite repetitive, aren't they? Completely guessing on the tire pressures, but all I know is that they were really underinflated, so we're just gonna guess on that, and we'll overwrite the tune now. Yeah, I feel like with more diff, you max out the diff on this thing, and it's way better. I was so much faster with more diff on this. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, because I gotta use the restroom. All right. This might be the last race of the stream. I'm not sure yet. But I am starting to get in a lot of pain. I gotta limit myself with this much racing with TOS, man. I'm beat up from the 7 hours of racing yesterday, too. And I might do the Daytona GTE special event on R Factor 2 tomorrow. I'm not sure yet because I haven't done any practicing for that. And Daytona is not really quite an easy track. And I've also not put together a setup for that event, and I haven't calculated fuel or pit strategy. I don't even know if tires are at like 2x or fuel's at 2x or any of that stuff. Don't know if there's a time multiplier. I don't know any of the details. And it'll be super late at night by the time I'm done with this stream in my time over here, and I'll have to like get to bed really soon after this stream ends, and then I'm like, I gotta shower too because I'm soaked in sweat. So I won't really have much time to like, because it starts at 3 p.m. my time the next day, tomorrow, and I'm a night owl, so that's like morning for me. So, I don't know. I might do it for the memes, man. I mean, sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta send it, you know, like, I'll just use my... What I like about R Factor 2 is that if you want to, you can load a setup you made for other tracks on a different track. You can't do that in ACC. It forces you to make a new setup on every track, which... Obviously, that's the ideal thing to do. But if you're like in my situation where you have made a setup for other tracks in a car, but you haven't made a setup yet for the other track, and you might just want to wing it and like load that setup anyways and just do it, you know it's not ideal. Like, the player knows that's not the ideal thing to do, but it lets you do it anyways. That feature should be included in ACC. I get what they're doing, though. I get what they're doing. Like, I understand that ACC is trying to make beginners to sim racing that are transferring from simcades understand that this is not like simcades where you can make one setup that's universal that works on every track. That works brilliantly in simcade games like Gran Turismo. It does not work very well at all for actual sims. And I get that that's what they're trying to emphasize here. Like, they're like, no, you are going to make a new setup at every track, and that's what they do in real life. And I'm like, I respect that and all, but man, not everyone has the time to do all that stuff, you know? So I kind of like that feature that R Factor 2 has, where it's like, if you really want to, you can load in a setup you made for a different track at another track. I think that's really convenient, if you ask me. Let's spectate some other people while we're at this. Oh, I didn't tell you guys yet, but I made up my mind while I was on my break that I'm going to start this race from the back on purpose. So I haven't done that yet. I feel like when I'm starting in the top 3 or the top 4, I'm starting in the top 5, there's not nearly as much action. You kind of space yourself out, and just nearly as much action up there. When you start from the back, you're going to be in the trenches. So I had 2 clean races in a row starting in the front, which is great and all. But we're going to start all the way in the back. Now, there's a lot of other people. Look at how many people are not qualifying. There might be a lot of other people trying to do the same thing I'm doing, but when they kick off the race, when we're in the formation last few corners, we can't even call it a formation lap really, I'm just going to try to like pull all the way to the back and just let everyone pass me before the green flag to really start from the back, so that way I get... Let's see how many people I can overtake starting from dead last, essentially. Or if we don't start from dead last, we'll try to get as close as we can. But I think it's really cool that they let you use the Ferrari Challenge car in GT2, which I've not seen anyone do that yet. I have not seen a Ferrari Challenge appear in this server. Alright.
That's the end of the session. 20th place.
Absolutely, and he was very happy with his performance.
Jacob Smith asks, do the other GT2 cars feel oversteery? The KTM is all understeer. I said, Jacob, try them and see. I want to encourage him to, don't take our word for it. Try them out and, see what you think. The Maz has great rotation. I think the best car for rotating is the Maserati, to be honest. But if that's the only GT2 car he's tried, of course it'll feel like understeer, because all of these are going to be understeer compared to GT3, just because they don't have nearly as much aerodynamics, they don't have as much downforce, and they're a lot heavier, and they're on taller suspension. Everything about it just is more like a road car than it is a race car compared to GT3. What's up, Neon? Neon, this might be my last race of the day. I'm not sure yet, so you might be catching me on my very last race. And what we're going to try to do this time is we're going to try to start from the back, because 2 races in a row, we've started near the front with qualifying, and we finished real high, but it's not really the most exciting racing. It's exciting in the beginning, but then after like the first few laps, you're just kind of by yourself when you start up in the front. So look at this. We're in the trenches now. I didn't qualify because I want to start way in the back. And we're gonna let a lot of people pull ahead of us before we go green flag too. So before the race actually officially starts with the green flag, we're gonna let as many cars as we can. Like, we're just gonna ease off and be like, everyone pass me, please. So we want to be in the trenches in this one. We want some action. Like, forget placing high. We've already proven that we can place high. We got a top 5 finish last race. Top 5 out of like 30 people. I'm happy with finishing high. I don't need to try for that now. I just want to get some action in here, like, just have some fun. I don't care about placing super high. I just want to see how many people I can pass clean from starting way back here. And that will be a fun challenge. Oh, by the way, Neon, check out my new steering wheel. Magnetic shifters, Fanatec Universal Hub V2, palm swells on the back of it. It's a Turn R305 rim. I'm really excited to try that out. I just have to get a direct drive motor for it. That's the only thing I'm still needing for that setup. And then we'll have a massive upgrade from this Logitech G29. Oh, I forgot to say in the chat that I'm live on YouTube. Well, I think I already did, but I'll say it again. Right, here we go. Thank you, Neon. You're gonna witness how much of a beast this car is. Over 700 horsepower.
Car number 02.
All right, let's let everyone pull ahead of me on the last few corners. Someone said I'm not on YouTube. Go ahead of me, everybody. Go! Go! There we go. Somebody spun already! Okay, we're starting from all the way back here. There's only a few people behind us, and they're doing the same thing I'm doing. They have the same idea that I do.
Go.
Here we go. Look at how crowded it is. Oh my gosh!
On your left.
What? No!
Clear. Stay with them. Clear on your left.
Oh, I couldn't survive that.
Yellow flag.
It was a bad idea to start from the back. Oh my gosh. Ah!
Flag.
Dang it, man. All right, let's see how far up we can recover now.
Yellow flag. Stay sharp. Incident clear. Green flag. Come on, Luke. Just settle down. Find your rhythm.
I knew seeing cars 5 wide going into that turn, it was not going to end well.
Yellow flag. Sector 3. Yellow flag.
This car is so fast.
Incident clear. Green flag.
Car right. Clear on your right.
Okay, we're going to catch up to that pack. Don't worry.
E20.
Braked a little bit too early. We're just apart from all the action now because we got wrecked into.
Yellow flag. Bell is now in the lead. Green flag, you're clear.
Well, it's really wide. Whoa! Did you cut across? What happened there?
Tiny bit of aero damage, just ignore it.
Go! Not a good race. I'll have to watch the replay to see what happened there. I think he cut across, but I'm not sure.
22nd place.
I'm really confused on what happened there.
Front brakes are pretty hot now. We think silver. Spin it. Yellow flag. Incident clear. Green flag. Yellow flag. Incident clear.
All right, let's get this Porsche.
Okay, Luke, no chances here. Let's make sure we can take them. 15 minutes remaining, 15 minutes to go. The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines. P20, car left. sector 2.
Still there.
We can see Paris has crashed.
Left side clear.
That's the stuff, we'll have some more of that. The gap to Martel ahead is increasing. It's now 3.8. It's increased to 1.8 seconds.
Well, this race really sucks. I mean, I am the one who decided to start from the back, and I know dang well there's always chaos in the back. And we got involved in it.
P19.
Oh, so we're having another race where we're just stuck by ourselves with no one else around. But for the opposite reason of the other two races. Because the other two races, we were stuck by ourselves with no one else around and driving by ourselves because we pulled away from everyone else. Now it's the other way around. I know for sure that first wreck was not my fault whatsoever. I'm not quite sure if that second wreck was our fault, though. It could have been. I'll have to watch the replay. All I know is that there was a massive pace difference between me and that KTM. And if it was our fault, it's because I had no idea it was going to be just that slow.
Nice and tidy. The gap to Martel in front is now 4.7. New fastest lap for Bell, 128.75.
Right, we're actually starting to catch up.
Fuel's good. The next car Service Peralta. The gap to Silver behind is now 5.0.
You are a back marker, please, dude.
What about track limits?
Thank you.
Car to your right. You're clear right.
You're reeling Peralta.
All right, finally we have some cars around us. This is where the fun begins.
You've got half your fuel left.
Car to your left.
That's how you get it done. Let's go.
You're clear left.
Come on, Luke. Nicely done.
That was awesome.
Focus on the exits. We can go faster here. E16.
Let's get this guy. Come on. Now we're starting to have some fun.
Of fuel remaining. Yellow flag. The incident's clear. Green flag.
On the left. Hold your line. Clear on the left. Clear to your left. Stay left. Clear to your right.
Nice one, mate. We've had a cut warning. Keep it tidy, please, Luke. Yellow flag. Green flag, you're clear.
Okay, that was a close one.
5 minutes remaining.
Jeez, I thought he was like
The gap to
about to kill me.
ahead is increasing. It's now 3.4 seconds. start out. Keep it between the lines.
See if we can catch the guy in P13 before the race is over. Should be able to. Oh, come on, Luke. What was that? Let's get this guy. Come on, go.
Just done a 128.74. Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go.
Come on, go, go, go. Come on! go. We could have got him. Well, we tried.
V12, there's the finish. Good drive.
I do want to investigate that replay later on, just so that we can figure out that incident with the KTM. Was that our fault or not? Well, I think that race kind of was lame. So I'll do one more race. Hey, he's... Oh. I know that streamer. I watch his streams all the time. Oh man, well I would start from the back, but I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna ask him, are you starting from the back or not? Is he gonna answer in the chat, or... I wonder if he has a setting enabled where you can, like, block the chat. Oh, he says yes and yes. Alright, well, if he's starting from the back, then I'm gonna start from the back. He's probably gonna tune into my stream now, isn't he? Let me see if he's streaming. If he's gonna tune into my stream, I'll tune into his stream. We will be watching each other tune into each other's streams. That'll be hilarious. I need to charge my phone, speaking of that. Stuck on an advertisement. Gotta have another advertisement, and then I can talk to him.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 11040 unlimited credits. See touchstone.com. It's me. They're fun. They're definitely different. It's different learning curve for sure. And I think me going to like something with a long ass nose actually helped me drive, understand these cars better. Because when I'm in a different kind of car, like I'm a McLaren driver, so when I'm in a car like that, I want to hit the corners like a McLaren, but it doesn't work out. So this actually helps change my thinking. I'm faster in this car than the other one. What's up there, Jenna? I like it more than the Maserati or the KTM. Those are the three, well, and more than the 92 or 935.
You guys should check out his Twitch channel, by the way. I love how I'm just streaming myself watching his stream. Like, I'm literally just watching his stream on my phone right now while the camera's on me. I'm just kind of like zoned out for my own stream. What am I doing? I call myself a streamer. you guys tune into my stream to watch me watch somebody else's stream.
10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
I just typed in this chat, I'm watching your stream while I'm on stream. Streamception. I'm gonna type Streamception in this chat. Streamception. Let's see what he says.
It's funny.
I'm gonna tell him, thought you said you weren't qualifying. Yeah, I thought he said he's not qualifying. Well, so far he hasn't said a valid lap. Nobody said a valid lap so far. No, we don't have as many people in here as earlier. We had like close to 30 people in here earlier. I mean, it is getting later at night. There's a lot of KTMs in here now. Okay, so he's doing the thing where you invalidate. You know, that's a good strat because I want to be warmed up. If I go a long time without driving, then yeah. So I'm going to do what he's doing. These tires are freezing cold.
Track's clear. Push, push, push. We've got 8 minutes to get a decent lap in. Blue flag. Your brakes are cold. Take it easy.
Whoa, lag! Lots of lag! I'm gonna pull off to the side and hopefully this lag spike goes away.
Yellow flag.
Oh, geez, cars are teleporting all over the... Okay, I think the lag spike stopped. I'm not sure. I don't know. The lag spike, I think, is still going on.
Fastest lap for Anderson, 129.33. Lap time is 1:30.80. The guy ahead has just done a 1:30.93. Sector 1 is yellow. Okay, Luke, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
I invalidated it on purpose because I don't want this to count.
You're outside of track limits there. P15. Yellow flag. That's a new fastest lap for Robisna, 1:29.22. Green flag, incident clear. Yellow flag, stay sharp, we're clear, incident clear. Green flag in sector 1. Your front brakes are getting a bit hot. The leader's just done a 1:28.84. V14. Green flag, sector 3. That's 2 minutes left, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got to invalidate it. There we go.
Okay, Luke, you need to watch the track limits.
Okay. Tire pressures of 2172. 2172.
Yellow
Let's
flag,
adjust
sector 2.
those.
In the closing stages, a small matter of 3 rounds to go. My name is, of course,
Okay. All right. Dude, you said you weren't gonna qualify. You said you're gonna. You set a qualifying lap. He lied to us. Well, we're starting from the back at least. I'm rooting for him, but man, I wanted to have I've never been able to race close to him, but to be fair, he's a lot faster than me, so he would have pulled away from me anyways. But it would have been cool, you know, to at least be close to him in the beginning of the race. Just said, you liar. Yeah, he's at least, he's about 5 or 6 tenths faster than we are, so. Yep, half a second faster than me. Do you know how to post videos to Facebook? Okay, I'm gonna sound really, really mean saying this, but how old are you? Oh, that was very mean. That was rude. So we got 25 people in here. Oh, we got 24. I guess P25 is disqualified. I think it's set for driving the wrong way. Flashbacks to LFM. It's unbelievable that that guy that was on my stream yesterday that I reported only got a 15-second time penalty. Like, he took out 7 people in the span of, I think, less than 15 seconds.
That's the end of the session. P16.
Drove the wrong way, floored it the wrong way, turning towards active traffic. So you got driving the wrong way, 3 unsafe rejoins, took out 7 cars, and he got a 15-second time penalty for that. Slow claps for the LFM stewards. Well done, guys. You know what's funny? I'm having cleaner racing in a public lobby today than the racing I've been having on LFM. And people say that LFM is cleaner than public lobbies. Not in my experience. In my experience, I literally have cleaner racing in public lobbies than I do in LFM. Okie dokie. Now this time, we learned a lesson from last time. We're going to stay far away on turn 1. We are going to keep a lot of distance at turn 1. And we're just going to let them all crash into each other at turn 1 and then pass them. Just don't even get near them on turn 1 because it's going to be super crowded. There's going to be some people absolutely sending it in turn 1, lap 1. Let them have their own pile up. Stay really far away and then we pass them. Come on, this is the last race of the stream. We gotta end on a good note. We gotta get a good race. We cannot get taken out in the very first turn of the whole race again and be facing the wrong way and spun out right away again. We can't have that happen again because then for the rest of the race, we're just on our own. You just, So this time, we are going to keep a long distance away from turn 1. Like, starting from the back, there's going to be a pile up there. See, that's what threw us off because we were racing really close to everyone at turn 1 when we were starting up at the top, but people know how to race up there. They do. They know how to race at the front. Because when I'm starting like the top 3, top 4, they know how to race up there. These people in the back, I don't want to be mean, but they just don't have the same racecraft, so there's probably guaranteed to be a pileup. So we're going to really keep our distance this time, starting from the back. And we're going to let the race kind of spread out a little bit more before we then start to push.
Follow car number 15.
But this is going to be fun, you know? We know we have the pace to be in the top 7, top 6. So we're going to have patience. We don't have to pass these guys right away. Let it come to us. Look at how many people are letting everyone pass. We all have the same idea. This is the start from the back crew, all of us.
Go.
Right side clear.
All right, stay really, really far behind this time. Short shift all the way to 6. Look at that. What did I tell you? Biggest pileup I've ever seen. Look at this. Traffic jam. Nobody's even moving.
Yellow flag.
All right, now we're racing.
It's just a scratch. Ignore it.
I told you guys there's going to be a pileup.
Green flag, all clear. Okay, Luke. Let's see
Whoa,
what we can
more
salvage
chaos.
from this, mate.
On the right. Clear on your right.
More chaos up ahead. Oh my gosh.
Sector 1 is clear.
More chaos up ahead. Oh. Jeez.
Yellow flag.
Right.
Are you kidding me, man? Come on.
Clear. Green flag.
You're clear right.
Yellow flag.
I love when there's an accident ahead and you slow down, but the people behind you come in full speed.
Incident clear. Green flag.
Ah.
20th place.
Lots of brain cells at work here today. We got 10.6 seconds of damage. And none of it was our fault. What do you expect though, starting from the back? It's going to be chaos.
Anderson is leading the race.
All right, let's see if we can catch up to P8 team.
Yellow flag. Green flag, all clear. Yellow flag. Incident clear. Back to green flag. Your front brakes are getting pretty hot. Fastest lap for Key, 129.89. Stay between the lines, please, Luke. Keep fastest lap, that's 15 minutes. P16. Watch those track limits or we'll get a penalty. Fastest lap for Colin, 129.82.
Lots of action up here.
We don't want a penalty.
Oh, shut up.
Yellow flag. Green flag. The guy in front is Burley.
Nah!
The leader has just done it. 129.
Sent it a little bit too hard there.
Green flag in sector 1.
I'll get back up to them. That was hilarious. I don't know how I didn't take anybody out.
Yellow flag, stay sharp.
Whoa!
The guy in front is now 0.7 meters and it's clear. Green flag. Robinson behind is pitting. Watch the track limits, please.
It's the second warning.
Check your left. Still there, hold on.
Green flag in sector 3.
New left. Car left, new left.
Okay, that was interesting. It's kind of really funny racing with these guys. Oh, KTM's off.
On your left. Left side clear. Watch your right. Clear in the right. Go, go, go.
New fastest lap for Bollinger, 129.74.
That KTM just murdered that other Mercedes. Shame.
Okay, Luke, Luke. 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left. We're halfway through. Fuel is tight. You might need to save some fuel to get to the end.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Fastest lap for Hollinger, 29.07.
We can get this guy, come on.
V12. You've used half your fuel. We'll be warned about track limits. The active early ahead is increasing. It's now 1.5 seconds. All right, Luke, you've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining. Prince is now leading.
Right side. Clear right.
Track limits again.
That might be a third warning, maybe?
No way. The gap behind is
Nope.
5.8. All right, Luke, the next car is Paris.
Come on, we gotta go faster than this.
The active Paris ahead is now 0 seconds. That's 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes. Stay on it. This isn't over yet.
Stay left. Still there, stay with them.
We think that's a sun.
Still there. Hold your line. Still there, hold your line.
Sector 3 is clear, quick.
They're still there. Still there. Still there, hold your
Give me
line.
room, man. What was that?
Right side.
Oh, you forced me to fall back. Ah, my gosh, what is with these drivers?
Okay, Luke. Had a bit of bodywork damage there. Green flag in sector 2.
You know how much I wish I could just revenge punt him? Like, I gotta be better than that, but man. And he doesn't feel bad for it, he's not waiting or anything.
Left.
How on earth would you not pull aside and let me get the position back after something like that, man? I had a lag spike there and it caused me to almost lose control.
Yellow flag. Green flag, incident clear. These track limits, please, Luke. We're running on fumes, mate.
Car to your right. Still there.
No, you're not gonna do that again, stop!
Hold your line. Clear right.
Very little fuel
F
left.
you, dude! You tried hitting me off again. Can't stand people like that guy. Seriously.
Clear, incident clear. One more lap to go.
Goodbye.
Right side clear to your right.
Sector 3 is green. And there's the finish. Good result, mate. Well done.
Tried. Just gonna send him a message after the race is over. I never do that during a race, but my god, I hate people like that. And we're gonna watch this replay to see what on earth that guy was trying to do. I'm getting the heck out of there. I'm just happy that I finished ahead of that asshole. Let's watch this replay. Why do you always come across... Why do we always come across people like this? Oh, we gotta turn the inputs on, I forgot. Whenever you analyze dirty driving like this... Alright, let's see this absolute clown. Like, every time we were getting around him, he was trying to force us off the track. Every time. He attempted a second time. He was pushing the back corner of my car. Alright. Why is it not... Okay, it is. Alright. Don't know what lap it was. I think it was... Well, first of all, let's look at the pile-up on lap 1. It was just ridiculous. Look at this up here. Look ahead. We got cars going in the air. Look at all those cars involved. And then that guy doesn't wait for safe rejoin. He pulls right into the racing line. That guy was already there. This guy pulls into the racing line instead of waiting for a safe rejoin, and then he parks on the racing line. So then we're at a roadblock. And I was waiting for him to keep rolling, and I guess I could have gone that way, but I didn't have much clearance to. And I was like, and I didn't stop there for very long before someone else just rear-ended me, because I'm like, this car just rolled there and stopped. So that was a lot of chaos. In fact, let's get an overhead view of that massive pileup. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see this. See here it goes. Oh, it's caused by that black Porsche, it looks like. Yeah, that KTM, the black KTM, just pulls ahead and right into the racing line and then stops. And so that involves like 4 more of us back there. What do people not understand about waiting until it's clear to rejoin? That's such a common problem in sim racing, and it should be so simple. Like, just, it's a no-brainer. Don't, like, when you're when you're merging onto a highway in real life, do you just go right in and you don't even check? Like, that's literally what kind of logic these people use. Like, it should be no different in sim racing, man. Like, check if it's clear first and then rejoin. Like, people on the, like, I'm saying these kinds of people, do they just merge right onto the highway? They don't even look in their mirrors or anything. They just go, here I come. And just whoever's in there, they're just going to hit. Or if there's no one there, then they won't hit anyone. And they just come in and see what happens. Like, that's basically what so many people do in sim racing. It just blows my mind. It makes zero sense. Anyways, let's skip across to that asshole in the Porsche. Well, first of all, we got to get back to us. So many people retired too. Is that us? No, it's not. Okay, there we go. We're not at the Porsche yet. I think it was further ahead. Okay, I think it was up here. It might be. No, not yet. So next lap, I think this is it. Yep, he goes real wide. He's all the way off the track. I capitalize on that. I'm 2 hit the inside of him, and look at that, dude. And what world is that okay? And it's not only like, let's say hypothetically he didn't know I was there, and then he hits me that way, just knocks my car completely out of the way. Let's say he did it by mistake, hypothetically, which he didn't do it by mistake, and I'll tell you why in a second, but let's say hypothetically he did that by mistake, and he's like, oh, I didn't know you were there. Well, later on, I flashed my brights at him to voice to him, like, hey, that was not cool, man. He didn't do anything. He didn't lift off throttle, nothing. So he didn't care. And the next time I got to the side of him, he tried this again. And I've encountered people like this in Gran Turismo. I've encountered people like this. Okay, a story about this. I encountered somebody like this in a league race once. In a league race, yeah. And he had the driving assist line thing on. Like the thing that, like the line that appears on the track that tells you where to go. You know what I mean? Like that assist thing. He has that on. And I had the inside. We were at Brands Hatch. I had the inside, and it was a left-hand turn. I was already completely to the inside of him like this. And I was defending the inside. Well, not defending, but taking the inside early on. And I was turning already to the apex. And he just comes across, he goes, bam, and just knocks me off the track into the grass. And then I spin and go across the track, and then I'm in the other side of the grass, engine stalled, everything. And he just breezes on by. And I tried to say in the post-race chat that wasn't cool. Like, I just politely called him out. And then he had the nerve to say that was my fault. And he was swearing at me with F-bombs. And the people in charge, like the admins, had to warn him to cool down because he was just going at me so hard in the chat. Butler, close. Close, Pierre. Close. Yeah, but it was someone else, and I don't want to rat anybody out, but it wasn't IRL, I'll tell you that much, and I'm out of there. I'm not racing with IRL anymore. The standard of driving is terrible. They prioritize the fastest drivers more than anything. Like, they have an ego problem there where, like, the faster drivers are who matters, and, like, they just treat everyone that's not at their pace as second-class citizens. That's exactly the vibes that I felt there. But that's besides the point. So anyways, this guy turns across into me, and he thought it was my fault. In his defense, and he reported me. I didn't report him. He reported me to the stewards, and he got himself a penalty. But he said, you impeded my racing line. I was taking the racing line. You weren't. You were off the racing line, so you had no right of way. I'm like, wait a minute. I was off the ideal racing line, so therefore I had to fall back. So in your mind, is racing just choo-choo trains where we all hold on to each other's shoulders and we're all just following each other? Like, how are we going to go for an overtake then if if we're off the line? So he literally thinks, I was off the line going into that corner, so the fact that I'm not on the ideal racing line entering it, he's just going to come on through and I better just back off. Like, that's not how that works, dude. And I think this guy right here has the same mindset. I think that this guy believes that. You know, he thinks that he has the ideal line because he's approaching from the outside and it's out and out in racing. That the out and out line, like, yes, out and out is the most ideal line. Yes, you could have the driving line assist on, but you don't always stick to that line. And that's why I hate people that have the driving assist line on. They are 1,000% more likely to be involved in wrecks. 1,000% more likely to be involved in wrecks. You know why? Because they're so focused on that line that their eyes are glued to that line, and they're so focused on following that line that the game animates that they're not focused on their surroundings enough. And that's why they get involved in wrecks like this. Maybe that's what happened with this guy, I don't know. But if that's what happened, that could have been a mistake. I flashed my brights at him, and he showed no remorse. No remorse. He didn't slow down. And in fact, the next time I got to the side of him, which I'll show you guys up here, I don't know if it was next lap or the lap after that. I think it was lap 13. Yep, it was up here. So the lap after that, when I get to the side of him up here, he tries to force me off again. Like, look at this. He leaves the inside completely open because he went so wide. So I go to the inside. Look, he turns right into me. And then he turned into me a second time. It's just like, dude, you don't leave any room. I had to counter steer to not, like, fly off the track. Like, you saw my car go and then like a second time. As soon as I got to the side of him, he just, like, right into me. Like, dude, this is not bumper cars. And he sharply turned into me, too. It's not like he just slowly swerved into me. That was reactions. Like, he reacted to me getting to the side of him. And this is why I was so mad that I wasn't going to punt him during the race, but I attempted to punt him when the race is over because I wouldn't affect the race standings or anything. But look at this. When he's pulling to the side of me, I tried. I was like, yeah, and I barely missed him. Oh, it would have been so satisfying if I got him. And I wouldn't care because it wouldn't affect the race. Like, the race is already over, and I just wanted to send a message to him that he's an asshole. End rant. God, man, so many people. There's so many people in sim racing that I can rant about. Like, so many people have no clue what proper racing etiquette is. Like, you have, like, just yesterday, we encountered some people where they literally think that it's, like, when people are off track, that it's up to the people on track to yield to them to come back in. Why do people have such backwards logic in sim racing, man? So I figured out something today. I did 2 races starting from the front where I qualified, and I did 2 races starting from the back when I didn't qualify. Now, this should be pretty obvious, but the 2 races when I started in, like, the top 6 and already started up there, the racing was perfectly clean, didn't even have a scratch on the car, didn't even have anyone touch my car the entire race, both races in a row. Both races in a row when I started all the way in the back, I got plowed into like 4 or 5 times in both races. So probably a total of like 10 times getting plowed into. And both races combined. But that should tell you guys, when you want to do these challenges where you're like, oh, I'm going to start from the back and see how far I can climb up. Just be prepared for absolute carnage. Because the people that are back here, they do not know how to race properly. They don't know how to race clean. And you come across people like that Porsche driver that just don't, I think it's his ego, man. Like, people just have such an ego that they don't want to handle the fact that someone's overtaking you. And they're like, no. And they get such denial, and they're like, I'm not going to let this happen. And they just turn into you to be like, get away from me. I'm staying ahead of you kind of thing. I just get so tired of this, man. I just get so tired of this. Like, people like him just ruin the experience of sim racing. They really, really do. But I've got to stop getting so mad on these streams, man, that I do. But golly, some of these people, I don't know why people are like this, man. I don't know why people are like this. All right, overall, I really like the new GT2 pack. So my final thoughts on the cars that I tried out. The Audi, good sounding engine, obviously, but it loses torque tremendously in 5th gear, so the top end torque is horrible, so you're going to really hurt at the end of the straights, and the brakes are the worst out of all the cars I tried. The brakes are absolutely atrocious in the Audi. Would I pick this car? Absolutely not. I think this was the worst car that I tried out of all of them. So my thoughts on the KTM. I think it's very forgiving. The most easiest to drive car out of all the GT2s. So if you're kind of a rookie to sim racing, this is definitely the car to pick. You don't just have to be a rookie. This can be very beneficial to people that aren't just rookies as well. And the KTM is going to really shine, and tracks where cornering matters a lot because it suffers in the straight line speed. Everything about this car is so good except for the straight line speed. So it's got really great grip. In my opinion, the best interior design of all the GT2 cars. The interior is awesome. But it's just great. It handles a lot better than the GT4 KTM, actually. Like, this handles like a dream. In my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, handling cars in the entire game. It's just that good. So, tracks like Laguna Seca, Zolder, Brands Hatch, tracks where it's low-speed tracks and not really long straights, this is where that car's going to shine. Would I pick it in an overall season of GT2 racing? Probably not, because it's going to suffer big time in the straights, and it's only good for particular tracks. The Maserati, overall balanced car. It's just a very good balanced car. It doesn't really have any flaws, but it's not like really, really strong in any area either. Just if you want a car that's all around good, like isn't OP in any area, but isn't weak in any area, just pick the Maserati, man. Like, it's an easy choice. Like, if you just are like, I just want an overall good car, pick the Maserati, man. Like, this is the Mario to Mario Kart. It's like the default character just has, like, all of the stats are right in the middle, like, nothing bad, nothing great. Maserati. What else can I say? My favorite part about it is how the doors open. All right, next car, Mercedes. This one is my favorite. As you guys can tell, I mean, this is one that I've been driving. I am going to say right now, easily the meta car, in my opinion. I think the secondary meta car right now is a Maserati, but this is right now the number one meta car in GT2 as it stands. I'm going to say this right now, just like the McLaren in GT3, if you pick the Mercedes as your GT2 main car, which I'm doing, you're going to have your days numbered. Your days are going to be numbered because it is inevitable for this car to get nerfed. A nerf is coming to this car. Trust me. They are going to nerf this car to the ground because it's already OP and we're on day one. People have barely figured out GT2 yet. We are less than 24 hours into the GT2 pack dropping. I think less than 12 hours even. And people are already figuring out that the Merc is OP and the Merc is the number one meta car. It's really the Merc and the Maserati. Like, if you pick any other car, you're not going to be in the meta, so you're going to be at a disadvantage if you pick any other car besides those two. But as it stands, the Merc is the number one meta car all around. I think its only flaw is the brakes are a little sketch. The brakes are a little bad, and it's a little bit unstable on the brakes, but you can address that in the setup a little bit. And just be careful when you brake. But those are the only two. There's just two flaws on it. The brakes. Actually, there's three flaws. One, I think the biggest flaw is it takes practice to get used to because it has a lot of torque. A lot of torque. Most torque out of probably any car in the whole game. So, it's a beast. It is so powerful. And because of all that power, it's going to throw you off at first, and it's really slippery because of all that torque. You have to know how to have throttle control and know how to straighten out the nose before you have a lot of turn angle, stuff like that. If you're used to driving road cars in like Gran Turismo, for instance, where it's hypersensitive to the low speed physics for whatever reason, you might really like this car. Otherwise, like, you just have to. I think people that are used to road car physics are not going to have too much of an issue in this thing because this thing is the most road car like out of all the GT2 cars. But yeah, its biggest flaw is how unstable it is, which is surprising for a Mercedes because the Mercedes GT4 and GT3, they're both incredibly stable and they're both kind of like a boat with steering. This thing's the opposite. This thing wants to like oversteer and throw you backwards all the time. So it has snap oversteer, but at high speeds it understeers. So that's where, like, at high speeds it can understeer, low speeds it oversteers like crazy. So I recommend putting in maximum preload on the diff because that will give you more rotation on throttle and less rotation off throttle. So that kind of fixes that a little bit. But yeah, that's the biggest flaw is how unstable and scary it is to drive. But it doesn't take long to get the hang of it, depending on your skill level. But I was starting to get the hang of it already, and I'm only in day 1. So if you get the hang of this beast, it is a force to be reckoned with. And like I said, it's a meta car right now, number 1. I know I've stuck to this car for the longest time, giving my final thoughts on the cars, but that's because this is the most interesting car, in my opinion, out of all of them. Second flaw, so that's the first flaw, is it's really unstable. Second flaw is the brakes. The brakes aren't powerful. Well, I say the brakes aren't powerful enough, but it could just be that, hey, J-Dog, how's it going, man? I'm just giving my thoughts on the GT2 cars before I close out the stream right now. But yeah, final thoughts on the Merc. I was just saying, biggest flaw is that it's really unstable. Second flaw, the brakes. I would say the brakes aren't powerful enough, but it could be that the brakes are just as strong as the rest, and you have to brake earlier because of how fast it is in a straight line. That's probably what it is. In fact, I think that's what it is. I think the secondary flaw is you have to brake earlier. But that's not really much of a flaw because it's just what you have to do in the first place because of how fast it is in a straight line. So I take that back. The brakes are, well, it's unstable on the brakes, but that also falls under the first flaw with it just being unstable in general. So I take that back. Brakes are not a flaw. So flaw number 1, just unstable in general, including while braking. Flaw number 2, out of just 2 flaws, is that, what was I even going to say? Oh my God, I forgot what I was even going to say. Oh, corner exit is not the fastest. So it kind of suffers in corner exit compared to the rest of the cars, but once you get going, it has incredible straight line speed. And it's not really the fastest through the corners. But as it stands right now, the Mercedes is a meta car. It really is. All right, moving on. Don't care. All right, moving on. This one is, I didn't spend much time on it to really give much opinions. Like, I barely drove it. Because I could tell right away it's not really something that I'm going to stick with. Like, it's just not really my style. And I think a lot of people have decided that about Porsche. They really need to buff the Porsche on GT2. Because a lot of people that I've watched even on streams are just like me, where they try it out for just a little bit and they're like, I don't like it. And they just move on. I think its biggest flaw is the gear ratios, honestly. The gear ratios are very awkward, and when I say the gear ratios are awkward, it's not in the way where the Audi has torque drop-off in 5th gear. This has good torque in every gear, it's just that it has awkward timings for shifting. Yeah, they all look great besides the one before this one. The 2019 Porsche looks super ugly in my opinion, but this one has awkward shift timings. I think that's a flaw. And its straight line speed sucks, but it's still better straight line speed than the KTM. Like, this will still beat the KTM in a straight line easily. But it's going to lose to every other car in the straight line. So, like, the Porsche is going to lose to definitely the Mercedes, obviously. But the Porsche is also going to lose to the Maserati and the Audi in straight line. But the Porsche will beat the KTM in straight line, but that's the only car that is faster in the straight line, so... But Porsche's lightning fast out of the corners. I think the acceleration is the biggest strength of this car. Which that's kind of the case in GT3 as well, isn't it? But yeah. That's my final thoughts on all the GT2 cars. My thoughts on Red Bull Ring as a track. It's really fun for racing. I feel like it's really up there in racing. I think it's either high A tier or low S tier track in general. I'm not quite sure just yet. But the racing in GT2 is really fun there. Like, I want to almost keep going, but man, it's getting really late. Like, I've got to stop, but it's addicting. Plus, I just got to stop because I was starting to get to the point where I was getting, like, irritated while sim racing because race after race I'm dealing with idiots, and I just know, like, once that starts, you just got to let it go. But, yeah, I think Red Bull Ring is really fun. I think there's the track limits are an issue for sure. Like, the track limits are really bad. Pit exit is kind of weird. But the final place on pit exit where you actually merge into the track is really good because it doesn't impede on people that are on hot laps in qualifying. Go to bed, Luke. Now it actually makes sense when you say it. But yeah, I think there's a couple braking zones in Red Bull Ring where it's very possible for big wrecks to occur. But at the same time, those super heavy braking zones are good for racing because it can really mix things up. Heavy braking zones can close gaps very quickly. But, yeah, I really, really like this DLC pack. One of the best DLC packs has come to ACC in a long, long time. Hopefully, if I don't get too busy, I might use chunks of this stream to upload maybe some full-length videos to my channel and probably a few shorts. Probably, no promises. But yeah. That's enough for today, guys. I'm exhausted. All right. I think overall it was a fun day. I just hate to end on such a bad note because that guy really ticked me off at the end. But yeah, we just got to move on and just don't think about it, man. It's over with. Who cares? It's in the past now. And that's what we're leaving it with. Race fast, race clean, and I'll see you all in the next video.